PGTI Players Championship 2022 presented by Chandigarh Golf Club. I am your host Shaurya Singh, joined by my co-host Rahul Bajaj, and we bring to you the final day's action of this tournament, boasting a prize money of 50 lakh. So without further ado, Rahul, let's get into it. And here, let's have a look at the highlights from the previous day.
Round 3 has been rather interesting. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu coming in with a blistering 65, a bogey-free round to tie up the lead at 14 under, along with Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, spinning that one up back on the 18th. Angad Chima rolling in at birdie putt to get to 10 under par for the tournament.
Great conditions for scoring yesterday. Very receptive greens, low wind. So we did manage to see quite a few low scores. As you can see, Shivendra Sisodia on your screen, prolific hitter of the golf ball, and currently one shot behind leaders.
And Shivendra Sisodia also managed himself really well yesterday to finish up with a round of even par and not getting shaken up out there and leaving himself just one shot off the lead. I think he's in prime position to be a little more aggressive today with his game. So is Karthik Sharma with a scintillating round of 67 yesterday at 13 under par, looking for his maiden title.
Really rolling it well yesterday, had a good round.
Zamal Hussain Mola on our screens. Some of the other players who did shoot up yesterday on moving day is Vikrant Chopra with a round of 69, moving up to 6 under par in a tie for the 9th position. Is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu coming up short. Chips that one just by the hole.
In the 18th hole. Another brilliant shot. You can see there's a lot of spin that these players are getting on these greens, especially the longer hitters. So will that? Let's see what happens today.
The greens have been playing phenomenally this week, Shaurya. In fact, most of the players have been complimenting the condition of the greens, and the way that the ball is spinning gives them the opportunity to actually attack the flag sticks a lot more. As we could tell, a lot of players spinning those golf balls back from the hole. Having said that, it did rain yesterday in Chandigarh in the evening, and that would definitely make the greens even more receptive today. We have on our tee now is group number 8 at 9:10 a.m. Vikrant Chopra playing along with Ranjit Singh and Karandeep Kochar.
Experienced duo speaking with each other, definitely sharing a lighter moment between themselves. Ranjit is known to crack a few jokes on the first tee. Vikrant is definitely going to be on the receiving end of those right now. But seems like they're all serious right now, ready with a business game face right now.
It's a rather interesting group, and probably a more relaxed group. Karandeep Kochar and Ranjit Singh, both from Chandigarh, and Vikrant Chopra, who's also been around for some time, who gets along with these players. It'll be a nice and easy group to be watching today as we go along. Vikrant as well as Ranjit, and Vikrant is currently at 6 under par, while Ranjit and Karandeep are at 7 and 8 under par.
I just noticed something in Ranjit's swing, very soft left elbow. Normally they say that you want to keep the left elbow as straight as possible. We see in Ranjit's case, it has a little bit of bend. Now when he goes about his practice swing, you can probably see that it's a little different than what we see with the other players.
There we have some fun smiles between the two players, having an easy moment right before they tee off. Ranjit, probably in his swing while he hits the ball, maybe that elbow isn't straight, but maybe he just likes to try to create a feel of easy arms through the ball, and probably that's why he likes to feel it that way instead of making it feel rather rigid. As viewers can tell, the first hole is a slight dogleg towards the right side. The hole bends at about 240, 250 off the tee. and has probably about a 25-30 degree towards the right side. Players generally prefer to be on the left side of the fairway to get a clearer shot through the green. Vikrant here, one of the longer hitters, going with a driving iron. This should be able to get him absolutely at the bend, straight at that tall tree that we're looking at.
Should be hitting a little bit of a left to right sort of shape.
He likes it. So prime position to be in on the left side of the fairway. Get a clear shot to any of the flag locations on that green. Anything towards the right side of the fairway generally either needs to hit it over the trees or bend the ball from the left to the right, almost aiming at the seventh tee box, and then has to bend the ball back onto the green. So of course, might as well just keep it on the left side of the fairway.
Manjeet now going with the driving iron as well, so definitely going for accuracy right now. Over the years, I've seen a few players like Ashok Kumar actually take out the driver on this also. What's your thought about that?
Actually, there's really no point in hitting the driver, because if you are one of the longer hitters, of course, if you don't hit it past 250, 260 yards, there is no problem in hitting a driver. But in case you're one of the longer hitters, like let's say Vikrant or Chadda, and you know actually shape the driver back into the fairway, you will end up getting close to these trees in the middle of the fairway, which are about 70, 80 yards short of the green. So just making your life quite tough. Instead of having a full shot, you have an awkward shot. When moreover you have to hit it over the trees or under the trees, so leaving very less room for control. So it's just much better off for the players to be trying to get to only about up till a 260-yard mark.
Sandeep definitely a lot more deliberate in his pre-shot routine as compared to the other two players. Going with the 3-wood here, not as long off the tee as Vikrant. Has a very unique stance, open, almost leaning. His weight is almost a little bit on the instep of the right foot.
It's a very effective pull cut, a little bit, of leg action that we see coming in early into the heel, just like maybe a Bryson, or these days as we see it in Scotty Scheffler. A little worried about where that ball is landed up, asking the Agewala in case he's going to get a shot to the green.
There you have a look at the first hole with the players walking now. There's no better place to be than a golf course, and none better than Chandigarh Golf Course, to be honest, at this point in time. What a lovely setting.
Appears like Vikrant is the only one in the fairway. Ranjit missing it right off the tee, which is not the best place to be. And on the left has gone Karandeep, pulling that one tad.
You pulled off a rhyme.
Thought you'd never not notice.
I think the best part about being in the commentary booth is vicariously going through the players' experiences and feeling that we ourselves are there. And learning a lot about how to handle the final 2 days.
Can you feel the nerves?
Absolutely.
Can you feel yourself pulling that second shot on the 18th hole and not going for the flagstick and pulling it onto the left side of the green? And maybe have a 60-footer after that to try to make birdie. And actually in your head you're thinking you're trying to make 2-putt.
all those emotions, we are still feeling them while we sit here and have a look at Pawan here.
Pawan currently at 5 under par on the first green.
The international contingent has been pretty strong this week. We've had MD Sayoom from Bangladesh, Anurag Rohana from Sri Lanka, we have N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, Mithun Pereira, the Sri Lankan, as well as MD Zamal Hussain Mola, who's currently leading around alongside Yuvraj Sandhu. So that's a good sign. A lot of international flavor this week.
First hole spin is not as I would have thought, actually. It's 20 in and 4 from the right, which is on the second tier of the green. One of the flag locations on this green, Shaurya, I'm sure you can remember, it's about 37 paces in from the front edge. It basically ends up playing 2 clubs longer than what you were actually expecting in your mind.
It becomes a very difficult hole. I think this flag is an easy flag.
Yeah,
because you can use the backstop and it's towards the right. I think of
absolutely.
all the positions on this hole, this would be one of the easiest flags.
This is just on the right side of where it was yesterday. Usually, that last day flag location.
Can you tell us a little bit about the red flag which is there in the center of the fair? Why would that be there?
The red flag is there so that the group who is going to tee off after this one should know that the players are still in the fairway, and only once that red flag is off is when they can be ready to hit.
Thank you for that insight. Viewers would greatly appreciate that you're educating us on that. That's very important. Don't hit the ball onto the next group. It's important that you let them play through. As safety is paramount in golf, and that's something that even weekend warriors and full-time professionals understand. Hit by a golf ball can be fatal. So it's best to err on the side of caution. As we have a look at Vikrant here discussing with his caddy, he sees caddy is plucking grass out to gauge the direction of the wind. Then they'll probably look at a yardage that they're both comfortable with.
Incidentally, the caddy who is caddying for Vikrant this week used to caddy for me on the tour. He's
So Vikrant
very
is fine.
affable personality, Mishra, and almost like a poker player. You can't tell if you hit a bad shot or a good one.
So the caddy has always been around champions, huh?
Absolutely.
Modesty is
It's
our
not
biggest
something.
trait.
It's not in my books at all.
Vikrant disturbed by some sort of movement there behind him. He's a great ball
Sometimes-
striker, somebody that youngsters can emulate.
Sometimes I just wonder, you look at Augusta, and no matter how important your shot is, with someone's clapping somewhere else, and someone's saying something from somewhere else, and you can hear all of it. What kind of a control of the mind would it require for players to actually be able to cut that
Well,
noise
this is
out?
the kind of control that we're talking about.
What a great shot by
None
Vikrant
better
Chopra,
than,
giving himself
Vikrant
just
Chopra.
4 to 5 feet for birdie on the first hole, move up to 7 under par, and tie Ranjit Singh early today.
Vikrant means business. He's not here to loiter around. He's set his intentions clear. But coming back to your point, I think ambient sounds, like if you have continuous sort of, a little bit of sound, that's something that you can cater to. But maybe here in India, especially in tournaments where we don't have a lot of patronage, then you have few bursts of sound, and that can be a little disturbing for the players. If you have on the PGA Tour, you always have a massive gallery walking alongside you, so you sort of get used to that.
A couple of players were making an early move on that leaderboard this morning. Amardeep Malik and Arjun Sharma in fine company at 3 under par now, with 2 unders on their scorecard for the day already. We also have N. Thangaraja at 2 under par.
That was Karandeep there, who was obfuscated by that tree. We couldn't quite see him, but we can see that his ball has reached the front left of the green.
That's a pretty good shot by Karandeep. He was also on the right side of the fairway. That's actually given himself a birdie putt, even though it's 40 feet away.
Shows you that Ranjit has actually hit that rescue club further than and then Karandeep threw it. So you can see that he's so far ahead, and that's a big hit off the tee.
I think Ranjit has had to chip out from that right rough and put himself in a position where he can try to scramble for
look at
a
that
par. And
shot.
just like that, Ranjit Singh would have just under 6 feet to save par on hole number 1.
Scramble he can.
Early starter. Scrambles are just eggs that I'm thinking of right now.
Absolutely. Will we get a serving of that somehow? Is that
Absolutely.
on the
Let
plate?
me try to organize that for you.
As they say, a good breakfast is something that gets you on your way. I'm sure these players have had their fill in the morning. Sunit Chaurasia would be looking to gobble up the golf course today. He has the trophy in his mind. He's just 5 shots behind.
Question is, if Sunit can emulate his own round of 10 under par on this golf course and give us a very different kind of a charge towards this leader group.
That's some round 10 under par. We've already seen a 9 under par this week by Sisodia.
Playing a nice group, Sunit Chaurasia, Angad Chima, and Shivendra Singh Sisodia.
Can Sunit better himself and shoot an 11 under par? Nothing is out of the realm of possibilities with these players.
Well, we've seen some of the players shooting 6 unders on one side of the golf course. So if one of the players could get off to a good start, you never know what kind of a charge they could end up making, especially with the greens being receptive. I think the course is ripe for players to be more aggressive with their approach shots.
Talking more aggressive here, we have the Chima. A very nice aggressive swing, a lot of forward press, which might be one of the factors why he has to wear that tape on his right hand, because he leans into the shot a lot. He has a lot of shaft bend. His left wrist really does, go ahead into the ball, compresses it a lot, and that kind of swing does take a toll on the body. It's not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Professional golf is hazardous. There you have it. See his left hand, so it just gets ahead. Really likes to hit into the ball. Lots of speed, lots of compression.
Is there anywhere else to hit but into the ball?
Well, that's the job of a commentator, to make everything so much more lively. Now we have on the tee somebody that Rahul would like to talk about.
Shivendra Singh Sisodia from Gurgaon, coming in at 13 under with a round of even par yesterday.
Doesn't that seem to be too much club for him, going with a 3-wood here?
Shivendra, who shot a 63 on day 2.
The 3-wood, I would think he's probably aiming for the narrowest part of the fairway with that club in his hand.
He's probably trying to get just and close to the bend of the hole, probably give himself like a pitching wedge or so into the green. That's probably what he's looking at.
And that club seems a little longer than usual, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're mistaken.
I think not. I think there's something that we will try to,
We shall call up Shivendra and we shall find out. Shivendra Singh Sisodia looking anxiously at that golf ball as he landed up where he would like to.
He's trying to emulate Mr. Tiger Woods, who's had a fantastic comeback. That is something that is so heartening to watch. The greatest player ever.
I think he needed a black cap for that. He's slightly off the mix.
You're very particular. You don't give an inch.
Well, you know how it is.
We have Ranjit in again Tiger colors.
Can't miss the finer details, can you? You're a commentator. You got to find it all.
I think we take ourselves too seriously.
Oh, really?
Now we have a look at Ranjit, who again has opted to keep the flag inside. Can't quite see the part on the banner. And now we can.
Oh, that flag sticking. I'm feeling quite anxious.
Should break a little bit from his left. Maybe in the end, break back to the left.
Wherever it breaks, it should break into the hole. It was a right to left button, probably a right inside, but Ranjit didn't give it good enough.
It was a confusing read, to be honest, because it seemed like a little harmless putt, but it did.
Well, there's a ridge on the left side, so the ball was definitely going to break right to left.
What's your call on this one for Vikrant? I think he's going to make birdie.
Of course he will.
True to his name, he's going to be aggressive and get this ball in the hole.
These kind of putts are something that Vikrant is really good at.
Is this going to be Vikrant's day? He's at 6 under par, maybe a 10 under par, to show the young lads how it's done. Roll back the years. All said and done, really takes care of his the physical side of the game. Spends a lot of time doing different exercises, martial arts. Likes to do a whole bunch of different things, adventure sports, and along the line of one of those golfers who likes to do more than golf. And there you go.
What kind of adventure sports is Mr. Chopra into?
Mr. Chopra, in fact, his younger brother is a paratrooper in the Indian Armed Forces, a decorated officer, and both of them really, obviously, the family lineage. Father is also in the army, and Vikrant has always had, affinity for sort of adventure sports. Even he does a lot of para jumps and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And I think he also likes to ride his motorcycle. So obviously.
Oh, lovely. Vikrant Chopra rides a motorcycle. I didn't know that.
Well, for fun. So those are not the normal kind of motorcycles. We're talking about heavy-duty motorcycles.
Oh, really? Does he have one of those? I had no idea that Vikrant was...
you learn something new every day.
Every day. Talking about learning this Karandeep Kocher trying to save par on the first, coming off from the right side of the fairway, the place he probably didn't want to be this morning.
This looks like a harmless putt. Oh yes, he makes it. Good on him, makes the par.
Harmless now.
Had a camouflage sort of hole. We couldn't see him on his second shot. All we had to see was a tree, but he's done well.
Next group coming in now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. That's us right here.
Next group we have at 9:30 is our leader group: Karthik Sharma, Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. This will be the leader group that walks up to the first tee box now. Well, we're going to be
Interesting.
looking at the second last
What is the
group.
winning score according to you? What is the number that you have in mind today?
I'm really thinking about 17 or maybe 18, but I don't think it's going to go lower than that.
But if the first flag is inviting flag, I was expecting something a lot more treacherous.
Well, generally, you'd see that the tournament director would put up a few easy pins, a few tough ones, and a few medium, in their toughness.
That's an interesting shot that we have. A lot of trees to go through.
The question is who the player is.
At this point in time, we just want to see where the ball goes. Oh, he's done exceedingly
That's a really
well.
good shot from that
What a brilliant
place.
shot by Angad.
What a great golf shot that is.
I think
leaving.
is that the blue tape which is doing the magic.
You could try some if you like.
I think that's the next thing. It's a brilliant shot by Angad from the trees.
Can these players start to make an early move? Birdie on the first, and maybe a birdie and an eagle on the second for a player like Angad Chima or Sunit could really turn things around and absolutely change the look of this leaderboard. Sunit Chaurasia now from the fairway on the first hole.
Perfect angle into this flag. Just a little bit of a fade. He can be a little aggressive because he can spin the ball using the backboard. That's a brilliant shot.
As the viewers could have probably told, even though he was in the center of the fairway, he had hit over the tree. So the further right he would go from there would only make things tougher. Shivendra Sisodia giving himself just a wedge. What appears to be probably a gap wedge going into that flag location. Sisodia not making it to the dance floor from that nice location that he left himself at. Hopefully Sisodia is not going to be making his round as interesting as it was yesterday.
Let's see how interesting the proceedings get today. You think the winner is going to come from this group?
Oh, you never know. You're looking at how Yuvraj has been playing.
I think Yuvraj could be somebody who can separate himself. So if he really does get onto his game, I think 20 under par would definitely be a score which is under threat. But if he doesn't have that kind of a round where he's able to, switch gears, then if he remains at about 14, 15 under par, then it gives the chasing pack a little bit of hope. The likes of Angad Chima, who can definitely shoot a 5 or 6 under par, Sunit Chaurasia, maybe even Karandeep Kochar if he can shoot a 6, 7 under par. So it's not outside the realm of possibilities. But I would not go further than that. I think it sort of ends at Karandeep Kochar in terms of who has a realistic chance to win this tournament. But what do you think?
I think I do agree with what you're saying. In fact, I do not think the 20 under is at threat today, although I'm happy to see any surprises of a birdie fest coming up if it does. I do think that the leaderboard is packed. There are players within 5 shots off the lead, and 5 of them in fact. So any one of these players who starts to make an early charge on those leaders is going to have a good shot at the title this week. So it currently is anyone's game, but I think probably 17, 18 is what I'd be thinking. I don't think Ajitesh Sandhu's lowest winning total at the Chandigarh Golf Club, which he had at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational in 2019, is really going to be broken.
That was quite an achievement by Ajitesh to shoot those kind of numbers here. especially on a
Absolutely.
golf
Chandigarh
course.
Golf Club is not by any
I
means
don't think
an
so.
easy golf course.
I'm actually a little flummoxed by this. I'm confused, to be honest, by seeing these kind of scores on this golf course. And there are not so many birdie holes. I mean, these players are making it look really easy to. I would think that even 10 under par here is a phenomenal score for 4 days, given the difficulty of this layout. Holes like 7, 9, 10. There are many holes which are quite difficult, 16. Um, but the players are obviously improving. I mean, there's no doubt about
I
that.
think at the same time, if the greens are receptive and the course conditions are nice, I think it does give the players a lot more opportunity. We usually do not see Chandigarh Golf Club with golf balls that are spinning back on approach shots, which we have seen this week. Usually, we do see Chandigarh Golf Club have more of a bounce and a check instead of a spin back of the ball. Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, our leader, at 14 under par.
Yuvraj going with a 3 wood, so obviously an aggressive approach shows his mindset. But I feel for a player who is that far, 3 wood is probably not the correct choice, from what I know. But I think maybe go with a driver or a rescue, because the 3 wood can actually get you so much closer to those trees that you might not have a clear second shot. Maybe he's very certain of his accuracy, then it makes sense. Maybe just keep it on those left tree line and then fade it about 10 yards.
The thing that goes for Yuvraj's advantage in this group is the comfort that he has on this golf course. You know how it's like home for him. So for him to be aligning to shots over here is going to be much easier. He knows the areas which he wants to miss the ball at. Pretty much played most of his golf over here.
What a lovely swing he has. A lot of power in that swing. Effortless power, it almost looks like. He's picked the tee up, so obviously that's in perfect position. Exactly where he would like it. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final group has teed off. We are here live at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022. And the action is really heating up. A lot of players vying for that big prize fund. This tournament boasts a prize money of 50 lakh, mind you. It's a massive prize fund, and the winner gets well over 8 lakhs. So there's a lot to play for.
Well, it's a bright day out there in Chandigarh Spa 72 golf course, 7,202 yards is the length of the course, which was laid out in 1962. Shivendra Sisodia coming up just short there.
Should be makeable putt. Should break a little bit from his left. I think he's got it just about. Need a little more. Often these kind of putts, about 12 to 14 feet, are not the easiest to make because you're not too aggressive on them and you're not trying to two putt either. So it kind of leaves you in no man's land. Whereas if you're looking for a player from about 5 to 8 feet, he knows he has to make that putt. And from about 20 feet, a player is always trying to just get the speed right and make sure that he gives it a chance. And that's when the putts actually do go in. It's where you're about 10 or 12 feet. The distance is a little uncomfortable in terms of ensuring that either you are aggressive or safe on that putt. As you saw over there, the putt just trailed off. So it's very important to sort of have that understanding of speed and direction in these putts. So we have a look at Suneet. You can see the caddy and the player putting so much effort to ensure they get the correct line. And for our viewers who are watching, they must know that you can hit a great shot, but if you don't get the correct line, if you're not able to understand the topography of the green, the direction of the grass, and so on and so forth, holding the putt is almost impossible. So there we have a look at Suneet. Maybe just missed it by a whisker, but nevertheless a great effort. Now we have Angad for his par. We saw him there extricating himself from that difficult situation in the trees and should be able to make his par. It's heartening to see that there are patrons in gallery today, and obviously with the easing of restrictions, and hopefully things continue that way, we'll see a lot more fanfare and followers on the golf course. That looks like a short enough putt. So Angad makes that, and we'll move to the next hole. Here we have on our screens Karthik Sharma. One of the best left-handed players to emerge on tour in the last decade, it seems, maybe even more than that. It's a refreshing change. Golf does need southpaws as well. You see that you know the proliferation of equipment for left-handed players has enabled players like Karthik to be able to come to the fore, have more choices when it comes to equipment, and that enables them to compete on an equal footing with right-handed players because equipment is a very essential part of the game of golf. And there you have, he's got a little bit of a flyer. A flyer is a shot when there's a little bit of grass between the ball and the club head, and what that does is the player is not able to impart spin onto the ball, which normally they would be able to from that kind of distance. So when you're in the rough, you have to sort of plan for that flyer, but sometimes you can be caught unaware. So all in all, I think he's done well and should be able to make his par from there. As you have a look at Zamal, he's in prime position, should be looking to get this close. Nothing more than a pitching wedge for him. Would be looking to make birdie here. Oh, brilliant shot by Zamal. So this pin, if you're in the correct position on the fairway, this is a hole where you can start with a birdie, and that can really give you a spring in your step because the second hole is a par 5, and for all these players, they would easily be able to reach there. A player like Zamal would probably hit a 3-wood and a rescue to get to the green. The longer hitters like Angad, Chima, if they go with the driver, might even have like a 6-iron to the green, and so would Yuvraj. So it's a little bit of a risk and reward. It does, the second hole is a slight dogleg to the left without out of bounds flanking the entire left hand side. So a player has to be a little careful of that left side. But what you see the professionals doing, especially these longer hitters, is hit a 3-wood and then maybe a 3-iron onto the green. So that's how they go about it. Yuvraj also. No, the difference that you'll see in Yuvraj's shot and Zamal's shot is that when his ball would fall down, it will stop a lot quicker because Yuvraj is able to put a lot more spin from the same distance because he has a higher rate of compression. And let's have a look at that ball. Just one.
A terrific shot
So
by
there's one
Yuvraj
bounce
Sandhu.
and a little bit of spin. So obviously that affords him the luxury of being a little more aggressive and being able to pitch it at the flag.
A solid golf shot by him, and a couple of his friends and junior golfers from the Chandigarh Golf Club have come in to support him. I can also see his father there in the background pursuing his hobby of photography. That man walking right there onto the cart path now is Yuvraj's father.
Signaling his intent early is Yuvraj with that golf shot, definitely putting.
अहमदाबाद यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की खुशबू है पोल की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We love our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में। गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यह खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यह खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Back to the live action. Looks like Karthik Sharma is going to be holding on to that flagstick today. Just looking at making an early charge, starting the day at 13 under par, just one shot off the lead. He probably wants to start making early moves onto the leaders, add a little bit of pressure onto that game, as most players would be expecting each other to be making birdies on hole number 2, the par 5 as well. So players would want to either make an eagle there to sort of up their chances, and of course get off to a good start from the first hole itself. You could end up charging up onto the leaders. If you could really get onto a hot streak on this golf course, you could go birdie 1, eagle 2, third hole flag location in case it is at a receptive place could also be a nice birdie opportunity for the players. It's really a golf course that is based on its approach shots. The more you put yourself within 20 feet on this golf course, you would keep giving yourself a chance to make a birdie.
Absolutely. Karthik here will have his work cut out. It's going to be an interesting putt, sort of a double, triple breaker, if you may. Would turn left, right, and then in the end break a little from his right back to the left. So, and he would also have to navigate the speed of the green correctly.
So a fairly good attempt by Karthik Sharma, but seems like a massive misread over there.
As I said, in the end, it sort of breaks the other way. So it's very difficult for the player to get the correct line, especially in a putt that breaks both ways.
That when you have a longish putt, it's the last part of the putt actually that breaks the most. The first part of the putt has got enough speed on the ball, so it's always the last part of the putt which will actually determine whether you're going to get close to the hole or hold the putt or not. I mean, of course, it's much easier to speak this when you're in commentary. If I was on the field, probably I'd be making the same mistake of misreading it. You never know.
But do you think like there is a certain circle or a radius that you want to reach? So let's say from his putt, which would have been maybe all of 45 to 50 feet, um, anything within, I would say 10% of the initial distance to the hole is all right. Like let's say if you have a 100-footer, you're within 10 feet, and if you have a 50-footer, maybe 6 to 7%, that's where you want to reach distance wise, so that you make sure that you don't three putt.
Are you talking about the break, or are you talking about whether I'm making a given circle next to the hole?
The radius, like say if you're 50 feet away and you hit your next putt within, let's say 4 feet, that's kind of good enough too.
Well, I actually do not go that way. Usually, I Early movers in the morning. Angad Chima has stayed at 10 under, and Shivendra Sisodia has moved down further at 12 under par. It's dropping first. A shot on the first hole itself almost seems like his lucky charm. So you never know what Shivendra might be doing for the rest of the
This is a
17.
very makeable putt, but seems he's left it on to the right hand side. And we've seen previously as well that players are overreading it from much that range about 10 feet in.
I think he might have been confused from what Karthik Sharma's ball did.
Yuvraj now. But you'll also see that when another player is putting and it's not your turn, these professionals actually use that time to sort of do their research about a putt because now the players are only afforded 30 seconds for the first player and 40 for the second and the third player. So there's not much time, so as to speak. So all deliberations have to be done before your time starts so that you don't lose out on that allotted time that is given to you.
Raj's putt wouldn't be breaking too much from the right. It probably is going to be a right inside or max right edge kind of a putt. This could
This
really
part is
be
all
on a
about just
string.
stroking it pure. Even if you get the line wrong by a little bit, if the speed is there, you can hold it. So you've seen the better putters are a little more aggressive with these putts.
Well, he's given himself a chance right now to move to 15 under and solo lead. If he makes this one, that makes it advantage Yuvraj going into the second hole. As he got that
Yes, right
birdie
in
on
the
the first hole
center,
itself.
right in the throat of the cup. Perfect putt right there. I think if that is a sign of things to come, then the other players better buckle up.
Nice and aggressive stroke by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, not babying that ball into the hole and rather striking his authority on it. Samal Hussain and Karthik Sharma to save par over here. It's like Samal might be thinking about what is it in store that is to come today. He will have to be on top of his game if he wants to beat Yuvraj Singh Sandhu in this tournament. Zamal will need to get in a few birdies early on in the day. He would be probably the shortest hitter within the leader group as well as the second leader group and probably even the third leader group. So in the first top 10 of the players, Zamal might be one of the most average hitters of the golf ball. The rest of them are much longer. So Zamal definitely needs to keep his foot on the gas and keep moving ahead, give himself chances of birdies on each and every hole. I think that's the one thing that he will need to do because most other players are going to be hitting shorter irons into these holes.
Yeah, that does definitely make a difference. I think a player as seasoned as Zamal would know that he would just be going about his business. He would have a target in his mind. He knows that you can't quite match Yuvraj if Yuvraj is shooting a 9 under or 10 under. Sometimes you just have to know your own capability. But I think uh, Zamal can definitely shoot a 7, 8 under par. And if you can do that, what's to stop you from going to 10 under par? Because there is something that separates him from these players. It's his ability around the greens, on the green. So you'll always find that the medium hitters are a little touch better in terms of putting and short game management. So you lose out from the tee definitely, but if you are able to keep your wits about yourself, manage your game, you can definitely challenge.
Yeah, we have our leaderboard. Yuvraj leading now at 15 under, while Zamal stays at 14. Karthik and Shivendra both dropping a shot on hole number one, dropped to 12 under par. Chima staying at 10 under. Chima could go in with a couple of birdies on the front nine, probably get down to about a 13 under par by the end of the front nine. Could give himself a very realistic shot at this title. 33 to close in the front would be a nice place for him to be. Moving into the back nine, wherein holes like the 12th, 13th start giving you a few opportunities for birdies, and then you, of course, have the 16th, 17th also to take care of.
Interesting mix of players on the leaderboard. You're seeing Yuvraj, Karthik, Angad, Suneet, Karandeep, a lot of youngsters on the leaderboard. Vikrant, Ranjit, bringing experience, adding experience to the mix. And Shivendra, I think, is a player who's in his 30s, so that is supposed to be the peak of a golfer's career. And so is Zamal. So
got to know about how to read the greens, how to read the slope, how to read the surface. So there was plenty to learn, and coming from such highly rated professionals, it's always good, and it was a great opportunity to be here. Most of the things have been cleared. See, the golf is such a game that there are so many variables, but most of the major ones have been good advice has been given, and I think I'll carry a lot from this workshop today.
Thank you to PGTI and Tata Steel for this opportunity to give a few tips to the youngsters and members of Chandigarh Golf Club. Always a pleasure to share knowledge. Very interesting, good questions they had regarding the grain and the growth of the grass and how to judge that. So we pros are now experts at judging the grain, so we just shared the little insights we had, and I think they were very, very appreciative, and it was an eye-opener for them like it was for us when we learnt this thing for the first time.
It's always a pleasure, I mean, I'm forever indebted to this game, it's given me so much purpose in life, and just one of so many things. So, really humbled and blessed to be able to do this, to give back to the sport, to this club more often, this club has done so much for me. This is my second home, so I'm, really happy that I have this opportunity to do this. Just trying to give some lessons or some thoughts which we've learned over the years playing professional golf, just trying to, because they're amateurs, so don't want to get in too much into detail, not too much into techniques, so just sticking with the basics of putting, ball striking, alignment, stuff like those, your ball position, stuff like that. So just trying to help those players, because I think these members, the amateurs, they take the game maybe more seriously than us, they really want to play well.
Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद. यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Back to all that live action after the putting clinic held by Karandeep Kochar at the Chandigarh Golf Club. This is a way that the tour and the players give back to the game of golf and the golf courses, which help us in hosting these golf tournaments. Professional golf goes from city to city in the country, from state to state, and sometimes even across the borders to, let's say, a country like Bangladesh and, in fact, even Sri Lanka to hold professional golf tournaments. And that really is something that PGTI is thankful to for all of the golf clubs to which come forward and support the tour. This helps professional golf in the country, helps junior golf also grow as professionals ask the players that the juniors look up to. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship being played this week at the Chandigarh Golf Club. This is the 8th tournament of the 2022 season with a prize purse of rupees 50 lakh. Our current leader after the first hole on the final day is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who has started the day with a birdie on hole number 1. Zamal Hussain stays at 14 under, while Karthik and Shivendra seem to have dropped an early shot on the golf course. Chandigarh Golf Club has been a nursery to many fine professional golfers who have played nationally and internationally. And one of those fine professional golfers is Abhijit Singh Chadda on our screens right now. Abhijit going with a long iron on the 7th hole. He knows how to play this hole well. This is the golf course that he has grown up on, leaving himself into the absolutely perfect place on this hole, left of that tree. Give yourself the best chance of placing your second shot. The 7th hole is the longest hole in the country, stands at 613 yards. Harinder Gupta, another player from Chandigarh, has been battling a few injuries, multiple winner on the PGTI. A long-standing career. He's been a very, very good player in the years that have gone by. Still remains one, just has been a little slow due to the injuries he's been facing. Playing alongside the big striker, Hani Besoya. Going with a driver. Unlike the other two players, it looks like he's going with a low bunt cutting driver. Besoya would need to start this just close enough to those left trees and then let it cut back into the fairway in case he wants to try to go for it. Has he got that? Seems to have left it a little bit out to the right. Let's see, a caddy says that's okay.
Anxious moments on the tee, indeed.
Anxious moments in the commentary box as well.
But I would think aligning on the right side of the tee might be a little better angle, but maybe he's went with a low straight shot. Requires a lot of skill to pull that off, as we are here at hole number 8, looking at the legend, Mr. Gaurav Ghai. The 8th hole, a very interesting hole. Most of the time, players are looking to make birdie on this one. Not a very long hole. The players would at most have an 8 iron in their hand, and the longer hitters maybe even a 9. Leaving that out to the front of the green. Not a very good shot there, a little bit of a miscue. So where the flag is today is a lot more difficult than where it was yesterday. So this flag would be playing all of 170 yards, about 150 to the front and 20 inside. And the thing is that there is a out of bounds on the left-hand side. There's also a bunker, so the players are wary of that. So you would see very few shots actually going towards the flag. Maybe a good shot would be 10 feet right of that flag. And that's where Maniram would be hoping to hit that. So this group, Gaurav Ghai, Maniram and M. Dharma. A lot of experience in this group. Maniram likes to hit a little bit of a right-left draw. So this should suit him. Oh, that's a decent shot there. About 15 feet short of the flag. A realistic chance at birdie. Dharma has had a pretty decent year so far, and even last year had a lot of good scores. Let's see if he's able to carry that momentum on. Probably the best iron striker in this group, so can hit it close. But erring on the side of caution, this is a difficult flag. There's also a level change from the front of the green to where the flag is. There's about a 3 to 4 yard increase in elevation. So, not the easiest shot by any stretch of imagination. As we have a look at Ranjit here on the second hole, going for the green in two. This makes for interesting viewing here. The second hole is a par 5. As you can see, it is turning a little bit to the left and the OB out of bounds. As you can see, the road on the left hand side. So it is a reachable hole for these players, for all the players. Even the medium hitters can get there in two, and it's a good opportunity to make birdie and move you around in the right direction early on. Yeah, look at Vikrant, who seems to have had an errant tee shot, but has done exceedingly well there on his second shot. So close to the green, would be hoping to make up and down. As we have a look at Karandeep Kochar, who's hit a good, solid, long drive. It appears to be.
It's a nice angle to be looking at the players from as they come onto the second green. Nice to see their long approach shots.
That's a mammoth drive by him. Would have hit a high draw there. Nothing more than a 5-iron, I would think. 6-iron, maybe even.
Maybe a 5 or a 6, depending on where that flag location is for the day.
It's a back left flag today on the top shelf. So
back left flag is definitely going to be a long iron, unless and until he wants to drop it at the bottom and run it up, which is going to be really difficult with the course conditions right now.
I think he'd be trying to pitch it right into that bank, because they would want to get to the correct level, or maybe even if he pitches it on the front, would be able to roll it up, because he does not have. He's not a very, very long hitter. He's a medium.
But he does compress it good enough. He just
with the long iron, with the 5-iron.
Yes, he should be able to
pitch it on top and stop it there.
Yep, he should be able to, but he will have to probably hit it high enough for that. At a lower trajectory, he wouldn't be able to do that. Probably a higher launched long iron could definitely end up doing that.
This will be a very interesting. I think yes, he has tried to hit it high, as you could see from his left hand. Sort of went under the ball a little bit.
He's dropped it perfectly, and he has actually done exactly what you said. He's hit it on the bank, slowed the ball down.
Yeah, that kind of control. What a brilliant shot. What a brilliant shot indeed. So you can see that these players are really good now. That's an eagle attempt for him, and
that's prime place to be. Flag up there. It's really difficult to putt it from the bottom. It's almost like a 60-degree incline on that hole.
Yes.
Coming from the bottom of the hole is very difficult. Abhijit Chadda making that hole-in-one on the 14th hole on day one. Too bad that he didn't have a good round on the penultimate day. That would have definitely helped him to be afloat and in the mix for this tournament. Unfortunately, he has dropped multiple places yesterday owing to that penultimate round of his. Very unlike Abhijit as well. It's not one to let things so loose on the golf course. It's a game of golf, isn't it?
Game of golf. I mean, it's very unpredictable, and it just depends. Someday you're not having a good ball striking day or putting day, and anything can go off.
Absolutely. Someday it's just like a surprise package someday.
What really matters is what he does today, and if he can shoot a good number, sort of climb up the leaderboard. I mean, not everybody can win a tournament at the same time. Bad rounds do happen. It's how you actually react to adversity is what determines the champion. This will make for interesting viewing. Vikrant Chopra's chip shot from the rough, so the ball would have a tendency to roll up, and he would again have his work cut out. He will have to pitch that into the bank or drop it short or go with the flop.
In fact, the ball does break from the left to the right quite a bit. So if Vikrant wants to get close to the hole, he has to actually pitch this ball very close to the fringe on the left.
I think anything within 15 feet would be a good shot from here.
Well, not for the player, but maybe for the viewers.
If you look at the lie and all things given, it's going to be seems to be going.
Well, actually, coming from the rough, one advantage that he has is the ball's not going to be spinning.
So
so he could chase it up that slope.
It's going to break from left to right with the flag being on the left. He'll actually almost have to pitch it into the fringe itself. So I would say about 15 feet here is giving yourself a shot for birdie from here is a good enough, because you can actually just leave it there and the ball can come back.
I think Vikrant could get this within 6 feet if he gets the ball to pitch in the right place. Has he got enough juice on it? He doesn't actually. He's giving.
I think that's a very decent effort from there, given the lie and everything else. Now he has about 15 feet for birdie, and because
Well, from that far away from the green, I'm sure Vikrant isn't very happy with that attempt. If his putter is hot like the first, that shouldn't be a problem. Ranjit Singh going with a chip and run. You're going to use that bank and chase that ball up, leaning up forward and keeping that ball low. Did he put enough juice on that? Well, he would also come up about 6
decent
feet
shot,
short of the hole.
this flag on the upper level is definitely a lot more difficult than the one at the front. It's very difficult. In fact, Karandeep has been able to navigate it the best from that far out.
It's probably going to be, one of the closest shots of the day is going to be Karandeep's shot. Getting the ball actually to move, get onto the upper tier of this green and be able to stop it is the difficult task, which Karandeep, of course, has managed really well by using that bank as a stopper. This news comes in. Sunit Chaurasia has moved up to 10 under par for the day after 2 holes. Karandeep Kochar currently at 9 under. Can he make this eagle putt and get himself to 11 under, which gets him into very much a striking distance of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu? I think Karandeep definitely has the firepower to get this done. He needs it. He's not been putting in the best of rounds over the past few months. This could really help him. This tournament could help him turn those tables around. We've seen him slightly off with his game over the past few months. Not as good as he would hope that it is, and not as good as what we've seen over the last 3 seasons.
I think it's important. It's quite difficult to replicate that sort of form and keep it year in, year out. But if he can sort of show that flash of brilliance today, then he might just win this tournament. But this part definitely needs to go in.
This could be a huge boost for him to continue being aggressive through the round, but he needs to be aggressive first on this putt to be aggressive through the round. He will be tapping in to move himself to 10 under par. That putt coming off short of the hole. Not enough juice on that putt. Ranjit Singh and Mishra having a bit of a conversation there. Vikrant Chopra coming up from about 15 feet now for birdie. Vikrant currently at 7 under par for the tournament.
So makeable putt moves a little from his left to right, uphill all of 14 feet. Speed would determine if this goes in the hole.
Should be a pretty straight putt actually, shouldn't move too much.
Oh, unfortunately, just grazing the cup there. So he's not going to be able to make birdie. A little disappointing for him after that birdie on the first.
That is definitely something that the professionals do not want to miss out on, the birdie that hole number 2 presents to them. It's definitely, on this course, you want to collect the shots on the par 5s. If you do not, you could get taken by surprise by some of the other holes which have their own challenges in place. Chandigarh is not the shortest of golf courses. It's not like birdie opportunities are lying everywhere. It's interesting to see that Vikrant didn't have the flag in for his putt, and And Jeet seems to prefer that flag stick inside.
Oh,
Even after yesterday, right? He had one of those things.
seems to have snatched at that putt.
And I can't begin to understand how to putt with that flag stick. And I tried to play a couple of holes the other day with my students, and I needed that flag stick out even if I was 50 feet away. It just feels so awkward putting with that flag stick inside. Udayan Mane, the Olympian, finally see him today on the last day of this tournament on the seventh hole, going with a driver. He needs to get that ball into that alley, maybe cutting a little bit from the left of that tree.
Long hitter of the age.
The tee is a little bit forward, so in case he puts that nice fade into it, be able
actually
to
get there in
find
two.
the fairway. I think he has made it into the fairway with that shot. It's difficult to get onto this green. You'll have to be past the tree and on the right side of the fairway in case you want to get to this green and still have about a 30-yard draw to hit. If you were on the left side of that tree and even about 50 yards past it, you need about a 70-yard hook to get it close enough.
It's a very difficult hole for even the longer hitters to get there in two, and the green is pretty treacherous as well. The green compound slopes a lot. It's very narrow.
Yeah, it's a very small green, and somehow the contour doesn't look as much as it affects the ball.
I think par is a brilliant score on this hole. Good camera work there. Being able to trace the ball.
Manu Gandas leaving himself on the left side of the fairway. Not too bad in that first cut. He will get a good enough shot and a line from there towards the right side and the bend of the fairway. We have a look at the live leaderboard. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu stays atop at 15 under par. Karthik and Shivendra not picking up shots on the course. Zamal Hussain still at 14 under. It's going to be interesting to see which of the players can chase up that second hole flag location. Get himself on that top tier and make one eagle.
Seems like Yuvraj and Samal are able to, open up a little bit of daylight between themselves and the chasing pack. It might well come down to them, unless the others are able to step on the gas. Vikrant would really be ruining that opportunity from the second hole. Could have got him to 8 under par.
Well, you've got to take care of each and every opportunity when you're a couple of shots behind the leaders, and especially when the leader is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who seems to be like a charged up player pretty much each and every day. It seems like he didn't go off the golf course at all. He probably just kept making birdies all night long as well.
Absolutely. He's in fine form, is Yuvraj.
Look at Rohan Dhole Patil now from Pune, rookie on tour.
Decent putt here.
Playing alongside Harshit Sethi.
The eighth hole playing quite difficult today. Would not be seeing many birdies here given where the flag is. You can't really miss it behind the green or left of the green. So players tend to sort of miss it to the front right of the green.
I think left of the eighth green is anyway like a death country for the golf ball. Top left flag location on this hole. A tad draw from the right side of the flag is required, but very precise shot indeed is needed to get inside within about 15 feet to the hole. Harshit Sethi seems to have blocked out his tee shot out to the right and a weak hit as well, giving himself about 60 feet away from the flag. The hole generally plays about 165 or so to the back flag. Harshit also going with the claw grip seems to be the trendy, fashionable thing these days to do. Also, leaving one hand, releasing the putter completely, but not releasing the ball all the way to the hole. Nice young group there. Dhruv Shoran playing alongside Rohan Dhole as well as Harshit Sethi.
It's our first look at Dhruv. Who had a good few weeks.
In fact,
Previously.
Dhruv had a good week at Chandigarh Golf Club itself at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, if I remember correctly.
The competition is so stiff; it's very difficult for a player to be in the top 10, top 20 consistently. So, I think for players like Karandeep, that's definitely it's commendable that they are able to do that. Dhruv did have a few weeks I remember where he was there in the top 10 almost every week, but still he's there. He's always making the cut, being top 30. It shows you the standard of golf you require each week.
Pretty good putt there for him. Needed a little bit more speed to get into the hole. Should be a little tap in for him to make his par. Commendable performances on the tour by players like Kochar, Chikka, as well as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who is on a completely different tangent these days, which is amazing to see. So a couple of guys really, doing well and more consistent with their games on the tour. In fact, even players like Zamal Hussain Molla, no matter what kind of a field he gets, it's almost like he is constantly, reinventing himself. Because no matter what kind of field he plays in, he always stays around the mix at the top. Sethi putting for par. Not really.
None of the players really challenging the flag stick off the tee. Seen a couple other groups as well. Maybe 20 feet to the right of this flag is the best that we've seen so far.
I think that's also pretty much the ideal place to be on this flag location. Leave yourself pin high about 15, 20 feet right of the hole, preferably on the same tier as the flag to make it. Next group coming into the 8th hole now. That is Abhijit Singh Chadda. Can he make another hole in one here? One on the 14th, maybe one over here. Could be a nice week to close out for him then.
That's a brilliant shot by him.
He's given himself a fair opportunity over here. For birdie, should be about 15 to 16 feet away from the flagstick.
I think a shot like this is where length actually comes to the fore because he's hitting a 9-iron, and as you saw, that one drop and it stopped.
Harinder Gupta.
Very good with his irons as well as Harinder from Chandigarh Golf Club. Has had a very stellar career on the PGTI, multiple victories.
He's had a very good amateur career as well, Harinder Gupta. Good shots there by the two Chandigarh gentlemen, Harinder as well as Abhijit Singh Chadda, giving themselves a prime position on this flag location. Those are really the best places to be for that flag. Nice thing for all of our viewers looking at it. Don't always go for the flag. Sometimes you have to just play to the side of it.
Those are good shots. Very controlled aggression by both of the players.
Honey Vesoya trying to turn that one in a little bit from the right.
All in all, three good shots.
Absolutely,
Percentage shots by this group.
Really showcasing how flags are attacked. Sometimes you just play slightly towards the side of them and put yourselves in a quadrant next to the flag instead of going straight at it, especially with an OB line that runs right next to it.
I think the OB psychologically does affect the players, that they play a little bit away from that. Ideally, it's a very short shot, like an 8 or 9-iron players can easily hit towards the flag. But there's not much of a reward to go for the flag.
I think it's more of a smartness thing than really being afraid of the OB line.
Yeah.
It's a risk or reward. So you shape it in from the right side, you could get pretty close to the hole. If it shapes back, great. If it doesn't, you still have 15 feet in. We've got Gaurav Ghai now.
There's not much of a reward.
Winner of the Gadgil Masters.
Yeah, that's back in the day. It's almost 26 years.
Gaurav Ghai has been working very hard on his game. In fact, preparing to get to the seniors tour. He's one of those people that I see at the Delhi Golf Club, always working very hard on his game, day in and day out, even till date. That's just commendable.
He does have the fire in the belly. I think that's something that you need if you have to go on beyond a certain point in time, he's still playing well, making cuts and competing with the young generation. So he's all in all, he's doing pretty well.
M. Dharma, a player that we've not seen really far on top of that leaderboard this week. Usually, Dharma is always lurking around there in the top 10 somewhere or the other. Dharma playing with Gaurav Ghai on the final day of this tournament. Curious to see, we all do a lot of, club fitting and lies and lofts. And, this is the second player that we are seeing who likes to keep their toe up during putting. And mind you, Dharma is no easy putter. He's a really, really good putter. Just like that, always rolling the ball in from the center of the cup. That's probably something that even I'm going to try. Keep the toe of the putter a little up and see what happens to that golf ball. You have any idea what happens with that? I think the putter face would close in, but apparently doesn't close in on them.
I see that the better putters used to do that. Arjun Atwal used to do that. Keep the toe up a little bit, sort of allows for that arc kind of movement where you sort of square the club only at impact.
Maniram Sharma, turning out the pinks today.
Adding color to the field is Maniram. He's really improved his game in the last 2 years. I see him as one of the players who does enjoy the game of golf, and he's reaping his rewards as well.
He's like this little happy guy walking around the golf course always, right? He hits a good shot, he's happy. He doesn't hit a very good shot, he's still happy. Pretty much a happy campaigner. Chadha now putting for birdie on the 8th hole. Chadha also going with the trendy claw grip. I think it's going to be a hashtag claw grip.
Claw grip has definitely
Left the putt shot.
come into fashion these days.
This is the second putt we've seen shot with a claw grip
Could
on the same hole.
You don't want to be telling the players that, but
I'm pretty sure they don't even listen to us.
I'm pretty sure you and I don't listen to each other either. But I think why have we seen the proliferation of the claw grip? It was not quite there 5 or 7 years ago. Something that players are favoring.
I think it's something that, just like every other thing just comes in and goes away. A couple of years back, we did see the claw grip coming into fashion. Lots of players using it after that. Then we saw another trend of the left hand low coming in. Then we saw a ton of players using that. A couple of years later, we saw KJ Choi using a super stroke grip, and we followed that for a long time. And now we see all the players are back to the thinner grips. So, that's what we all do. We look at things, we copy them, we think that it'll work for us, and we try again. And then we also had that putter where you would, join it next
Gujarat
to
is
your
very
wrist,
dear to
or
this day
maybe-
because this day is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. Gujarat is very dear to this day because this day is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में। गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
आओ पधारो, कभी तो आओ गुजरात में, says Amitabh Bachchan. When are you going there, Shaurya?
As soon as there's a tournament there. Golf is the glue that keeps us together, and definitely that's something that motivates us to travel.
Rohan Dole Patel finding his way onto the green. Gujarat, incidentally, is also famous for a lot of wildlife as well as bird sanctuaries. There's a lot of bird watching that happens over there. In fact, people from across the world fly in during the migratory season of the birds and actually come to witness that. Interesting, you never associate, you always associate Gujarat with being a big business hub. And you never really realize that the number of things that exist over there. I mean, look at the run of Kutch and the Indus Valley civilizations. Also has the Asiatic lion. So, all in all, of course, also the birthplace of the father of the nation.
Absolutely, very historic place. This seems to be quite an interesting shot.
Well, it could be a historic place for Harshit Sethi as well.
In the truest sense of the word. Very difficult shot here.
Sethi getting that ball really nicely, releasing.
Very well.
Very nice shot there. Released that ball perfectly onto the hole. Very nicely played by Harshit Sethi, using the slope on the green and not putting too much spin. Controlling the spin from the bunkers on the ball is really an art that only some players have.
Absolutely, it's a difficult art. How was your bunker play back in the day?
It's pretty good, actually. I've always enjoyed playing bunker shots.
I remember the last time we saw Dhruv on this hole at the Chief, he was able to make that long putt, if I'm not.
You're absolutely right. I think
And the
this is the whole
and the pin
location.
position was the same as well. So
Exactly. It just does not have the caddy as last time.
yes, is history going to repeat itself? They say those who don't learn from
Well,
history.
we'll come to know now whether it was the caddy who made the putt or the player who made the putt.
In this case, as they say, those who don't learn from history are condemned to repeat it. So he would definitely be wanting to repeat that history, let's say, if he can make that putt.
He is a really good putter, though.
Oh, not to be.
Oh,
He's going to have his work cut out to make a two putt from there.
that seems to be a completely misjudged speed on that putt for Dhruv Shoreham. Very unlike him. He's a really good putter. Quite good with his short game as well. Really precise with it, in fact. Sometimes, you just end up putting a little bit too much focus into the line and, you could just totally forget to see that how much speed did you want to put in.
Yes, that's one of the things that does happen to players when they focus too much on the line of a particular putt. And that's something that should be avoided.
And Rohan Dole Patil get this ball up to the hole. Looks like he might have gotten a little confused with Dhruv's putt. Oversped that one. If he was doing this in Delhi, he'd be getting challans on the road.
You seem to be quite familiar with that.
Yeah, they seem to send a notification every time I drive.
That's one of the reasons that my driving speed has emulated my golf speed.
Dhruv has a little bit of work here to do, breaking from his left to the right. 10 feet short for par. Almost seemed like a 10 feet short for par.
It's going to be a difficult putt, all things said and done. It's almost putting on a spine. Will have to be perfect for this to go in. Has done so good. Good par by him. Wouldn't have liked to drop the shot. Yeah. This is the putt that we saw even yesterday on a different line that the players were leaving it out a little bit to the right. The flag pin position is not too dissimilar from what we had yesterday on the similar ridge.
Latest news popping in. We have Zamal Hussain Mola, who has joined Yuvraj Singh Sandhu for the lead at 15 under par, while Karthik Sharma and Shivendra Sisodia seem to be going a little tumble down with their scores. And Angad Chima is up to 11 under par now within 4 shots of the lead. Ravandole Patil slight right to left a putt over here. Very similar place to Maniram Sharma earlier, though this is a little bit longer than that putt. Just aiming way right. Is he going to steer that ball back from the right to the left?
It has a lot of break from the right, this putt.
Wow.
Oh,
Probably not
unfortunate.
as much as one thought.
Gave it too much respect, unfortunately, missing that putt.
Vikrant Chopra also dropping early shots on the golf course. Now down to 5 under par. It always gets interesting around here, doesn't it?
And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Chandigarh Golf Club for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship. The tournament boasts of a prize fund of 50 lakh. It's the 8th tournament on the 2022 season for the PGTI.
There's an interesting thing here that I'd like the viewers to sort of notice. I will wait for Harshit Sethi to finish that putt. We move on. Looks like some bees or some insects are not letting Harshit finish that putt yet.
There are so many impediments around the corner, and there's so
look at
many
this.
challenges that a player must face. Typical, all kinds. As if putting was easy, was not difficult enough. You have the elements also bothering the player, and unfortunately, they have done their bit. Have you ever done that? Kept a bag of bees just to release it on your opponent?
Bag of bees.
And release them as the opponent is there about 4.5, 5 feet. That could work. I'm just thinking of it now, but
In
all,
match
as
play,
they say,
maybe.
all is fair in love and war.
But only if those bees were programmed not to come back at me. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu finding his way up onto the green. He's up to about 20 feet right of the hole. Been high to the flag location, although we'll wait to see whether he is there in 2 or 3. Karthik Sharma pitching it on the top floor of the green, going slightly over. That would probably be his second shot. Pitching it on the tier, but drop it over there with a long iron, probably a very difficult one to stop. Although it's not too bad to be off the green, off the back edge, because you still get a pretty flattish chip. You don't want to be chipping from the front of the green. It's really almost a 60-degree upslope to cater to. It doesn't appear so on the screens, but that 60-degree upslope could really chew off the legs from under that ball. Karthik Sharma coming off under that little slope at the back of the green, leaving himself quite a tough shot. Has to hit this one up all the way up to the floor of the green and then be able to judge that dropping point correctly. It's not easy when the ball is on an uphill. The club almost starts playing as one club or two clubs extra because that slope is always going to throw you back and the club reaching into a little more added loft zone to hit the ball. As he got the right one, not a bad shot from where Karthik Sharma was,
That's a
judging
brilliant
it
shot.
absolutely nicely, about 6 feet to the hole for birdie. Pretty well judged by him. I'd always have a lot of trouble judging upslope shots because sometimes you'd get to the ball properly, sometimes you just misjudge it and end up underplaying it a little bit because the green's
I
so
think
close by.
on this flag, would you rather be behind the green or chipping from the front?
Behind the green any day, any day. I'd have a much more flattish chip. You know, probably even can hit a chip and run. Coming from the bottom, it's very difficult to judge the speed. In fact, even if you have a putt from the bottom, it's very difficult to judge that speed. And no matter how good the greens really are. Zamal has judged that putt pretty well, about 5 feet short of the hole. Not too bad coming from the bottom. It really is very difficult to judge how much of a hit do you need to give that ball to climb up properly. Uh, Almost as if probably if you could, flop a lob wedge from that front tier of the green, it'd be probably a lot easier to get it close enough to the hole. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu coming from about 20 feet away, still waiting for the update if that is his second or his third shot, which has landed up on this top tier. He's been really aggressive with his putter of late. In fact, for a couple of tournaments now, that really is something that is helping him clinch. Of course, getting the approach shots close enough is also something that Yuvraj has been doing splendidly. At the same time, to be able to hit aggressive putts like he just did over there is also very important, giving yourself a chance on each and every hole to make a birdie. Of course, when you hit a shot to about 10 feet or under, or even 15 feet and under, you do end up giving yourself a lot more birdie opportunities. But still, to be aggressive with that putter is going to be very essential, no matter how close you hit it to the flagstick. Karthik Sharma after that nicely attempted chip from behind the green, now putting from about 5 to 6 feet away. Karthik, very meticulous about the work that he does in his pre-shot routine. Quite worth appreciating that he follows it to the tee each and every time. Nicely done by Karthik Sharma. Karthik currently at 10 under par for the tournament. Zamal Hussain Mola, after that nice putt from the bottom of the green, needs to make this putt to make birdie on the second hole. This putt will get him to tie Yuvraj Singh Sandhu for the lead. Zamal making that putt for birdie on the second to tie Yuvraj for the lead. Things will get interesting as we move on through the days. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves a beverage and probably some popcorn and put on your YouTube channel and watch the scintillating golf that you will today. It's going to be exciting out there with a lot of players within striking distance. Angad Chima needs a win here after many years of not
Chima
having won a tournament.
Angad Chima making a move up the leaderboard, now only 4 behind. It's definitely game on. Karthik at 10, Shivendra at 10, Suneet at 10. Vikrant, unfortunately, seems to have dropped 2 shots.
Shivendra and Karthik also dropping too many shots out on the golf course early this morning. So the game really seems to be shifting on the top 3 guys, with Yuvraj and Angad fighting the Chandigarh Challenge, and Zamal Hussain Molla coming in from Bangladesh fighting with the Chandigarh boys.
Absolutely, that's how we like it.
It's like a saga out there, isn't it?
Battle for the ages. It is right here at Chandigarh Golf Club at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship.
As news seems to come in from the golf course, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seems to have dropped 1 shot, while Angad Chima has now come up to 12 under par within striking distance of the title.
Gujarat is very dear to this day because this day is very dear to Gujarat. We love our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. Gujarat is very dear to this day because this day is very dear to Gujarat. We love our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. Welcome to Champaner, the University of Architecture. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
During the break, we were reminiscing the good old days and how the times are changing as we are back here at hole number 8.
Sachin Besoya. It's amazing how often Sachin Besoya is also around the top 10, top 20 mark. Not aggressive enough to win tournaments. We've been seeing him lurking around quite often, but somehow not seeing him in the top 3 names.
I think it's good enough if you can lurk around and then catch the leaders unawares. That might be his plan, but And now, as we have a look at him traversing the entire width of the green, this is going to be quite the putt. And seems like he's
He
run out of gas.
almost took a full swing at that one.
Would have been the better part of 70 feet, that putt. It's not that easy to finish in the top three. The competition is fierce. You have 136, 140 players almost teeing off. To be honest with you, that's a lot of competition, and there's a lot of pedigree in the field. So I think he's doing well to be around the top 10. The idea is to try and good players have this aim for themselves that they'll win one tournament each year. So if he can do that, Mithun Pereira, very affable personality from Sri Lanka. Very good short game.
Also a multiple winner on the tour. He's played a couple of seasons on the Asian tour as well.
Has done decently well even on the Asian Tour. I believe he had a runner-up finish even on the Asian Tour. He's extremely short, and given that his achievements are quite noteworthy. Coming back to the action, Shankar Das. This is the first time that we're seeing a player here about 25 feet. Uphill putt. Very makeable putt for Shankar.
I think any putt is pretty much makeable for Shankar.
He's camouflaging himself against the backdrop with that shirt. Very somber dresser. Very good player. Has been around on tour for quite a while. Finished number one, I think, almost a decade ago, if I'm not wrong. And he has seen the competition change on the PGTI with the coming of the youngsters, the scoring improve. It's not that easy to always keep it step, but if you can putt like that, then anything is possible.
Nice birdie there for Shankar Das. Definitely still has the firepower to make those long putts.
The importance of that kind of putting cannot be overstated. Good putters can definitely get away with medium ball striking, and if you can have a good ball striking day, they can also shoot a low number. So for all the players who maybe don't have the prodigious length of the tee, then I reckon that you should spend a lot of time on the green. One should anyway spend a lot of time on the green, irrespective of how good your ball striking is. But to be able to play professionally, I think the two tools should always work well: a driver and a putter. As we have a look at Sachin.
Sri, one of the things that we don't pay as much importance to is the approach shots. Sachin going in with a 3-putt on that 8th hole. It's the price you have to pay for miscuing your tee shot. Another 3-putt that we've seen from the same location is the previous group over here, Harshit Sethi, also missing 2 putts from the bottom of the green. Just goes to show the challenge of the uphill and judging of the slope. Mithun Pereira not having any such problems.
Mithun Pereira also going with the grip of the left hand down and the index finger also on the shaft. We've seen a lot of different grips as compared to yesteryears when the conventional putting grip was all that players used.
Mithun is one of the finest players I have seen with the wedge in his hand.
In fact, he has a great legacy. His father, Nandasena, was one of the best players from Sri Lanka, and he's almost like an urban legend. They say he could spin a top flight ball, which is a hard ball. So he has a great legacy, and he's been able to fly the family flag high and even his country's flag. So good on him for continuing.
I've never seen a better wedge player than Mithun. He can really be aggressive with that wedge, flight it in many different flights, and spins it a lot. Can be really aggressive with his wedge.
Yes, that has helped him compete on the PGTI and even on the Asian Tour. And he has been working recently. Tried to put some effort into trying to hit the ball further, but I don't think that paid much dividends. It's tough actually. It requires a lot of mental strength to be able to compete on tour when you're almost hitting 100 yards shorter than the longer hitter. So, kudos to him for really proving us wrong and still being able to win tournaments on some of the longer golf courses in India. So, there's more than one way to skin a cat as we go back to hole number 8.
Pawan Kumar going for that flag location on the left top. Does he have the right club on him or not? Leaves that way short of the hole. It's almost come up a club shot. If not a club and a half. Now look at Om Prakash Chauhan. Om Prakash Chauhan, generally a fader of the golf ball with that flag location on the left side. I think he would be aiming to keep that ball about 15 feet right. I wouldn't be surprised if he could get that really close as well. Not the kind of a player to buckle down with a tough flag location.
He likes to favor a left to right shape. So not too sure if this would suit his eye.
Well, he got that to suit his eye well, but the club change I don't think was the right idea. He changed the club at the last moment and has come exactly a club short of the flag. Like they say, hindsight's always 6x6. But 6x6 vision. 6x6 for the pre-shot routine for Kshitij Naved.
I was just thinking that this is a flag that if anyone, Kshitij can actually hit it close because he has a very consistent swing. So you can actually keep it at that line, maybe 7 to 8 feet right of the flag. And his swing has a lot of repeatability in it, very consistent. So I assume that if anyone is going to get it close to this hole, it's going to be this player.
I think Kshitij can also draw the ball pretty effectively.
His movement is quite limited on the ball. So I think this kind of difficult flag is where he can actually set himself apart. Look how far away he stands from the ball. Very unorthodox to say the least.
Stands far away, extends his arms away from him while swinging it. That really seems very unnatural to me, but how does it matter what I think?
There he is.
Gets it pretty accurate usually.
Left of the flag, so took an aggressive line as I predicted. Has done decently well. He can actually chip it in from there.
Absolutely, that is a very makeable chip. Interesting to see how many different motions he uses in his swing, but still under a pressure situation is still able to keep it going the way that he plans to. Manu Gandas and Mari Muthuar from Bangalore now on our screens on the 9th hole. Manu Gandas coming from the back of the green seems to have hit that putt a tad too firm. Mari Muthu now coming in for birdie from about 15 feet past the hole. A prime position to be able to make birdie over here on the 9th hole. Another good flag location here.
Interesting flag position here. Not the easiest of flags. Can actually term it as a difficult flag because it's perched up on that top tier. The 8th also a difficult flag. So as we keep progressing, maybe on the back 9, it'll be a lot tougher than what we've already seen. So the committee has done the right thing, making it interesting on the final day, not giving too many easy flags.
News coming in from the golf course now of the leader group. Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola moving up to 16 under par to be in solo lead, while Yuvraj Singh Sandhu staying at 15 under. Karthik Sharma also picking up a shot on the course, now moves to 11 under par to create a little bit more challenge and entertainment for all of us. Manu Gandas seems to be using a little bit of aim point technique to feel the slope under his feet. Oh, actually, is that an aim point technique to feel it with the feet, or is it just a natural technique?
It's the aim point technique. actually
Well-
feel the slope, and then
While feeling it with your feet would pretty much be natural as well, right? Like
I think there's a
if you were to
total methodology to it, which they actually learn how to see the gradient, and then you have different levels of slopes, 1, 2, 3, and they sort of calculate the line with their hand. It's a pretty complicated method. I used to see a couple of professionals who used to do it, and in times of desperation, I think I've even tried this.
I mean, how do you judge with, they use a couple of fingers to find out
Yes.
how much the ball will break,
Yes.
and how do you make sure that the speed is correct?
It's so complicated. I thought I was taking all the time. I didn't want to do that. Then I would probably get thrown off the golf course.
That didn't aim point very well. It's like he'll have to tap that one in for bogey on hole number
Exactly.
9, Manu
Probably got-
Gandas. Very unlike him, being in that position as he was, just past the flagstick, couple of feet past it. 3 putting from there. Angad Chima at 11 under par, giving that one out slightly to the right side.
So this
Anxious moments. Just look at the Aage Wala, if he is able to find out where that golf ball is.
This is why this hole. Oh, he's really disappointed. This is why this hole is so treacherous. Anything can happen here.
Chima was trying to be a little aggressive with that driver, trying to place it in the correct spot.
We'll know soon enough if the ball is in the golf course or if it has exited the vicinity.
On the right of this hole is Sukhna Lake and its parking lot, and definitely one place that you do not want to be, especially in the situation that Angad Chima is in right now.
The only place he wants to be is on the short stuff on the golf course. Let's see what happens now. Suneet here.
Is trying to create a charge onto the leader is Sunil Chaurasia.
Very consistent swinger is Suneet. Looks to be going for a slight fade here.
Nice low trajectory, cutting it back slightly into the fairway.
Brilliant camera work as well, and he's in perfect position there.
Amazing shot by Sunil Chaurasia. Absolutely, you couldn't place that ball better, even if you just walked with it in your hand.
We don't recommend that. Play fair. Play hard, but play fair. So, another Angad Chima. So it seems like the first ball has gone out of bounds. That's very unfortunate for the young man.
Maybe he is just hitting a provisional. That is really a difficult change in the situation today. That would be a heartbreak for Angad Chima if that ball has really gone out of bounds. Pawan Kumar on the 8th green. 2 players in the same group miscuing and finding one club short on that tee shot. Probably they thought to be shorter than the hole is better off. If you have even half a club extra, you don't want to be over that flag location at all. Pawan Kumar now coming from behind the hole, about 5 feet away, 4 par. This putt should break a little bit from his right to the left and probably a little bit on a string, maybe the right cup or the right inside is where this one breaks in from. News starts to come in from the golf course. Angad Chima is at 12 under par. Let's hope he can find his golf ball on the 7th.
That's a very weak, timid putt. I think indecision is what crept in there. So important on these short putts that you commit to your line and sort of stick to plan. Otherwise, this can happen that you can end up missing the putt. We've seen quite a few miscues from the players today. As the tournament wears on, I think the final day, the concentration levels also dip a little bit, and you can see these kind of errors creep into a player's game, and it's so important to be in the moment. OP walking briskly to the 9th.
Great conditions this week at the Chandigarh Golf Club. As Shaurya this morning, you were saying that the scenery on the golf course looks no less than the Augusta National.
And that's not an exaggeration. If you just look in a cameras, the view is just wonderful. Green, lush green trees, perfect playing conditions, manicured fairways, wind, not much of an impediment. It doesn't really get better than this for the players to enjoy their golf. I know it's a little difficult when you in the heat of battle to appreciate your surroundings, but that's what they say when you play around a golf. Make sure you stop and smell the roses on the way. Many roses here.
Sachin Besoya coming up from the left, trying to release it up to the hole. Doesn't look like it's got enough juice on it. Big thanks to the two partners of the PGTI, American Express, Incredible India, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Tata Steel and Rolex, and of course Gujarat Tourism, which has also come forward to support the Professional Golf Tour of India. Professional Golf Tour of India is responsible and takes the professional golfers from state to state, from city to city, showcasing the best of professional golf in the country and also helping Indian golfers step up their games and move on to better pastures abroad into playing on higher tours and competing against the world beaters. Great stepping stone and one of the finest tours in the Asian region, and of course, one of the strongest domestic tours in the world, with world ranking points also available for the players to take home. In fact, these world ranking points can help them get up atop those world rankings of the world and get onto higher tours via exemptions from the positions that they could earn. In fact, Udayan Mane, the Olympian, made his way to the Olympics in the last time by the world ranking points that he collected in India.
So I think it's realistically possible for a player to break into the top 150 of the world by playing here in India, and that would open up a lot of avenues on the Asian Tour, the European Tour. Although you have to separately go and qualify for these tours, there are many tournaments the world over which a player can get an entry by virtue of his ranking in the world ranking point. So that does help, and a lot of these players would be hoping to move to greener pastures and internationally compete as well. So, the advent of the world ranking points does help a lot in that.
Definitely. In fact, one could get multiple exemptions just by the virtue of the number of world ranking points that you could collect in India. Sachin Besoya needs now a long putt to save his par on the ninth hole, coming off a bogey on the eighth hole already with that three putt from under the hole. Needs to make this one unless he wants to go into what is called the snowball effect.
That's exactly. Don't want to go from bad to worse. Must try and stem the rot by making this putt. Uphill putt can be firm with it. Probably break from his right to left in the end. Oh, just
Not enough gas on that ball.
unfortunate. Two bogeys back to back. Something like this in the middle of a round really does require a player to sort of shake it off and refocus, recalibrate, and look at the rest of the round. It is quite difficult when you make back to back bogeys.
Shankar Das really cluing into that putt, trying to cut off everything from the side of his eyes and get absolutely
Would you know
focused on
anything
that
about
putt.
making back to back bogeys? That's my specialty, though.
Well, why don't you talk about it then?
As I said, that's my specialty. I felt at home if bogeys were not happening. I was like, something wrong is going on.
Why didn't
Too
you
many
shake it
bars
off
and
then?
birdies.
Why didn't you shake it off then?
I just hope that they don't lead to double bogeys. Like, all right. My motto while playing golf has always been, no matter how bad it gets, it can always get worse. So keep smiling and keep looking at the bright side of things and keep fighting and grinding, because that's what golf is and that's what life is, ladies and gentlemen. And we are live here. For those of you who are just joining us, we are live at the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Championship at the Chandigarh Golf Club. The tournament is the 8th tournament on the season and boasts of a handsome prize fund of rupees 50 lakh.
Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We love our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Buddy, superb man.
Ranjit Singh now back to the live action where Ranjit Singh is tapping in on the 8th hole for par. Clearing up, Vikrant Chopra looking on after that long attempt for birdie.
Karandeep currently at -9. So would be looking to make this putt.
Picked up a few strokes and then given away a few.
Currently sitting 7 shots behind the leader.
Zamal trying to charge away at 16 under par as of now.
Zamar's been playing pretty well of late. He's always been in and around the leaders on the final day.
Poacher, after trying to make an early move on the leaders, has also ended up
Really, that's
dropping
not
a
going to go
few.
in the hole. So it seems like it's a battle between two horses right now, just Zamal and Yuvraj.
And looking at the way things are going, looking at about an 18, 19 under stopper for this tournament. It seems like currently only three players are in the mix, unless Angad has managed to find his golf ball on the seventh hole in the right trees. Sometimes the eucalyptuses also could be nice to our golf balls and spit it back into the fairway. That's far and few, but sometimes they could be nice.
Vikrant here for his par. Yeah, well done, right in the center of the cup. Karandeep, who we saw previously, just about missing that putt, should make his par. So as a round wears on, it must be difficult for the players to keep their concentration. Golf is a sport which, the shots are intermittent, the walks are long. The actual time spent playing the game as compared to the time of the course is not that much in a proportion if you look at it. So maybe 80 to 90% of the time the players are walking. So it's a very different game in that aspect because if you look at other games like football or maybe even cricket for that aspect, you're more involved in the game. But here you hit a shot, then there's a dead walk for almost 2 or 3 minutes sometimes. So the game is on the player's mind, but he's not really playing. So you can actually there can be a paralysis by analysis sometimes.
It's the first time I've noticed Karandeep Kocher lining up that ball and hitting it off the toe of the putter to start it online. That's a first that I've seen. It's probably food for thought, at least for me, at the end of the day today. Talking about players tiring out, you see, the professional golf isn't an easy sport. You have one practice round, one pro-am, and then you've got four grueling tournament rounds. So, of course, by the time the tournament is coming to a close, players also trying to keep their concentrations up going into that final day. It is definitely not easy. Some of them wanting to finish it off, some of them wanting to make a few birdies, but the brain's not pulling good enough at this moment. So
And
even though you need it, but you can't really push it as much as you want to.
Even though the summers are just starting, but sometimes it can be pretty oppressive in the weather, and that can be very difficult for the players as well.
Talking about summers coming in just before the onset of the summers uh, on the calendar year, the tour will move next week into the Noida Golf Club for another professional golf tour of India's tournament. All top players will be present over there. Pawan Kumar making that putt from about 10 feet away.
Where we have the unorthodox grip and the playing style of Kshitij now with Kwal.
From the 19th to the 22nd April, the tour moves to the Noida Golf Course. The tournament in question is Prometheus School presents the Delhi NCR Open 2022. This is the second edition of this tournament. And Udayan Mane is the defending champion with a prize purse of 40 lakh rupees.
At the very challenging layout at Noida Golf Club.
The current calendar, this will be the final tournament of the first half of the season. Might see a few more surprise packages of some more tournaments that might come in later on. PGTofindia.com is the website where you could see the updated calendars for the tournaments for this year, as well as towards the end of the year, you will also get information about the PGT of India Q School, which will happen in the month of January the following year for the next season.
We also encourage you to head over to ABP Live there on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or head over to our website as Rahul had just stated. Additionally, you can also follow us on Instagram and follow the players. And if you enjoy our commentary, please do follow us as well and let us know what you'd like to hear more of, what kind of statistics you want to hear about. Is there something in particular that you want to learn about the game of golf? Please do leave your comments on our live feed. We're more than happy to reply to them, tell you about the history of the game of golf and especially the growth in India and how we're seeing these exciting times turn out right now.
As we watch the action from some of the other holes, we currently are on the 6th hole with the leader group. Good news coming in from match number 9 after the 7th hole. Angad Chima staying at 12 under par, which shows that he managed to find his golf ball and in fact even managed to save a par from there. The challenge of Angad Chima is over to our leaders Zamal and Yuvraj continues. As the day moves on, we'll look at Zamal Hussain Maula now putting for birdie on the 6th.
The 6th is a very interesting hole, short par 4, but the players do hit rescue club of the tee and then something like a pitching wedge. Short hole, but has its own challenges. This for Zamal to move to 17 under par. Unlikely putt, but you never know. He's given it a brilliant run, would remain at 16 under par and would move on to the 7th hole, the treacherous 7th hole, which is the site of that Angad Chima tee shot that veered off to the right, but luckily he was able to find that ball, save par. So all is well in paradise so far for Angad Chima. Karthik here. It's pretty inviting flag here or hole number 6 towards the back of the green. Makes the hole a little more challenging, but there are multiple troughs and levels on this green, so that is something that the players must contend with. Look for this to move a little from the players left to right. Yuvraj should be looking to make this putt. A couple of par 5s ahead of him where he can definitely utilize his length off the tee. It's commendable that Zamal has been playing so well on Chandigarh, which is a longer track. It's one of the longer golf courses in India, playing over 7,200 yards. And tree line at that, so not much of a bailout area either. So this is a course where you need accuracy and you also need proficiency off the tee. As we have a look at Yuvraj here, you see Karthik there in the foreground. I think he's got it. Unfortunate, that's a lip out, and the golfing gods are being a little cruel right now with Yuvraj. He's done pretty well. Almost there, so close, but yet so far. He'd be happy with that putt. Anytime that you hit a putt that hits the lip, that means you've done everything well. It's not a game of perfection. Sometimes you can do everything correctly, but the ball does not quite go in the hole. Karthik would have definitely learned a lot from that putt, the line and speed, so he could be looking to make this one and move to 12 under par. That's brilliantly done, utilizing the education that he got off Yuvraj's putt and making a birdie, moving ever closer to the leaders as they go on to the intimidating 7th hole. And here we have the leaderboard.
As we can tell, Angad Chima maintaining himself at 12 under par along with Karthik Sharma, who seemed to have dropped a couple of shots but also picked up a few from the golf course. Shivendra Singh Sisodia not continuing his challenge for this tournament. Sunil Chaurasia trying to catch up but has a long way to go. Not as many holes left. Zamal Hussain leading the way at 16 under, trying to stay steady, one shot ahead of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Back to the action here. Well, Sunit Chaurasia and Angad Chima on the 8th hole. Sisodia seems to be going into a little bit of a discussion with his caddy. Sunit Chaurasia coming from under that slope would have about 25 feet all the way uphill towards that flag. The judgment of speed is what is most important on this spot, as we have seen many other groups earlier not being able to get that ball into holeable distance. Sunit Chaurasia seems to have the right speed on it. Nice putt by Sunit Chaurasia. That would be the perfect speed that probably he was trying to hit on that whole location. 3 feet to save par. Angad Chima now coming off a nice save on the 7th hole.
Definitely have a spring in his step after saving par on the 7th hole. You know, when you're able to extract victory from the jaws of defeat, it's definitely feel like a shot in the arm. You know, almost from despair to happiness in a matter of a few minutes. So Angad should be looking to capitalize on that.
Absolutely, this the 7th hole could just be a complete game changer for Angad today. And sometimes you do need a little lucky break here or there. Sisodia trying to make birdie on the 8th from under that slope. A great attempt as well. Would have to tap that in for par and settle. Move into the 9th hole now. Sisodia not having the best of starts to his final round. You know, with the way golf is right now on the PGTI, if you really want to win a tournament, it's like the first day onwards, you should be stepping on the gas and then keep your foot exactly on it through and through. Kind of like what Yuvraj does very well.
I think, yes, you just have to drive at 200 miles an hour into the headwind and not really care about the traffic signals. Unfortunately, that's how it is for the players. They have to be on their A game each day for the victor, because the scores are so deep. You're seeing the winners always go about 15 under par on extremely challenging golf courses. So there's no room for error. I mean, if you do make an error, then you have to really make birdies in bunches, in droves. So that's what's changed, is that earlier maybe you could win a tournament with a couple of mediocre days and 2 phenomenal days. But I think the way it is now, you have to have 4 good days, or maybe a couple of phenomenal days and average days, but you just cannot play bad golf. As you saw, like Abhijit shooting a high number yesterday, you just shoot yourself out of the tournament because players are shooting the lights out. Everybody's trying to make birdie, and seeing low numbers every day. So it's just mathematics, and you see the odds of somebody shooting an 8-9 under par being able to catapult himself. So you can't rest easy.
Absolutely. Professional golf ain't no easy thing to do. So player Angad Chima didn't really hit a good putt over there. He didn't give it that. The confidence from his stroke really wasn't visible. Not so happy about that. Seems like he's got a thing or two to blame on it. to all of you viewers. Thanks for joining us for the live coverage of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented to you by the Chandigarh Golf Club. Just a little update. Our leader is Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola at 16 under par, followed by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 15 under. We have Angad Chima presenting fight to get to the top of the leaderboard, currently at 12 under for the tournament. There's a little bit of homework to do there, but nothing that is not possible. Live scoring on the PGT of India website might be a tad slow for now. It'll be back up soon. Until then, we will update you of all the latest scores and all the happenings at the Chandigarh Golf Club, everything that is going on over there.
Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Very superb, man.
We're back live. As you can see, Zamal clearly in the driver's seat, followed by Yuvraj and Angad. Angad having a few hiccups along the way, and Karthik. We have Shivendra at 10 under par, Suneet and Karandeep also at 10 under par. So there's a lot of daylight between the leaders and the followers, the chasing pack, so as to speak. To me, it looks like a two-way race right now between Zamal.
Coming from behind, Angel Chima can make two more birdies. That would give him a nice move up that leaderboard, which will get him into striking distance, and that will completely change the energy of the day. But he does need to make those birdies first.
Yes, absolutely. He needs to capitalize and make a few birdies. I thought that he'll go from strength to strength after that good luck of fortune on the stroke of fortune on the eighth hole.
That
On the
was
seventh, apologies.
that was a
Apologies, still dropping a shot in the eighth.
that was a very makeable putt on the eighth hole. He just did not hit it good enough. That was a really superb shot, and he had a birdie chance.
This is the seventh hole that we're seeing for the first time. Very steep green, as you can see, has a tight tee shot, and as you can see in the foreground, this is a fairway that bends to the left, so it's sort of a double dog leg. A left-right, then a right-to-left towards the end, and you would see that Zamal would be here in three. The longest of hitters, they can probably get there, drive near the tree and get to somewhere where the road is, where you see the cart over there. That would be where the longer hitters would be into, and Zamal would probably have had a sand wedge or a pitching wedge into the green for his third shot, and now would want to make a chip and putt for par, or hopefully try and chip it in. I think he's chipped. Oh, almost. So he would make par.
Almost a hidden green of sorts. If you do not place your second shot into the right side of the fairway, you can't even see where the green is at.
Exactly.
You got to place your tee shot onto the left of that tree, and then place your second shot on the right side of the fairway to be able to get a clear shot into the flag location. In fact, if you don't get it far enough with your tee shot and then with your second shot, your third shot could be as long as a 7 or a 6 iron if you're in trouble.
Absolutely. This would require a lot of touch and imagination going away from him. It's a downhill chip.
Luckily, the greens are quite receptive.
He's done really well. Leaving it a little short, should be able to make that for par.
I think a lot of the interesting action will begin as the players make their way into the back nine. The back nine does present a lot more opportunities for the players to be aggressive with their approach shots. Front nine, especially coming into hole number 3 onwards, really stops giving you any chances on the course. Sixth hole probably gives you one, but then the seventh hole just puts a breaker to it immediately and says, "Oh boy, you're having too much of fun."
Absolutely. I think the back nine is where the opportunities lie. If you look at the 12th hole, 13th hole, the 14th, the par 3 is also, apart from the 15th hole, you actually have birdie opportunities on 16th, 17th, the 18th, the 10th as well, for these players. So there are opportunities for birdie. Obviously, you require quality on Chandigarh Golf Club. These birdies are not something that are going to be handed to you. You have to earn them. But realistically speaking, the back nine does provide a better scoring opportunity for these players. So it should be interesting to see who is able to mount a challenge.
Governor's house right behind.
Unfortunate lip out there.
That's one of the first putts we've seen. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu missing.
I'm not sure if that's a birdie putt or a par putt.
It would be Yuvraj's birdie putt, which he has missed, keeping him at 15 under par. Quite unlike him. The wall at the back is the wall of the governor's house. Karthik Sharma eyeing that putt. Needs to save par here. We stay at 11 under for the tournament. Karthik dropping early shots in the day. Needs to if he wants to keep his challenge alive, needs to pick up a few shots on the golf course.
Definitely needs to make this one. Can't afford to be more than a couple of shots behind the leaders. Karthik also is able to get the ball quite a long way out there. He's able to impart a lot of roll onto the ball after it pitches.
Yeah, he seems to have a lot of dipping in his golfing action, gets tries to get a little under the ball, which probably most likely with the way he uses his arms through the.
Oh, that's just really unfortunate. So the leading group is faltering here, and that's going to give a lot of hope to the chasing pack. So that would take Karthik to 10 under par.
So we were talking earlier, Karthik does use a lot of his arms going into the ball, dips off a little bit as well, which basically ends up adding, more of like it seems more of the arm action of a top spinner.
Yes, it's like one of those forehand shots in table tennis, but that does sort of travel further. You lose control on the driver, but obviously he's able to manage that somehow. On the contrary, you have players who are able to put a lot of compression on the driver, and even the longer hitters do that. They sort of hit down on the driver almost. Zamal cleans up for his par, so as we progress deeper into this round, it seems like it's definitely becoming a two-horse race between Zamal and Yuvraj.
Sunil Chaurasia coming off from the right edge of the green shouldn't be too tough and up and down. Probably looking at chipping this one into the hole. It's a pretty nice attempt though, I'll tell you that, although he'll have about 4 feet coming back. A nice and aggressive chip there for Sunil Chaurasia. Shivendra Singh Sisodia on the green, dressed in the customary tiger clothing, missed on the black cap there. I'll do for now.
It's going to be an interesting putt for Angad coming from the back of the green. Seems like his ball is just against the fringe. He's trying to decide what line to take and what speed to take. The role of the caddy cannot be overstated enough. Caddies prepare themselves for each tournament very meticulously, trying to understand the lie of the green, the speed, and so on and so forth. It's so important now. This is interesting because his putter is actually going to rest against the longer grass and have to go through the taller grass and then connect with the ball. So it's going to require perfection in terms of contact. Otherwise, this ball would not have the intended speed on it. You saw the ball bobbled a bit. Let's see if he's executed that to perfection. And, well, maybe A for effort and B for execution there. He still has all the better part of 7 feet to make par.
Some of the Indians currently playing in the Asian Tour's inaugural Trust Golf Asian Mixed Table 4 Challenge. Currently being led by Siwan Kim at a total score of 30 points, as this is Table 4. Best Indian currently in the field on day 3 is Viraj Madappa with 22 points. Then we have Veer Alawat at 18 points, Rashid Khan at 17 points, and Shiv Kapoor at 16 points. Diksha Dagar also in the field at 12 points on the third day. Shadagar having a nice golfing career over the last couple of years has really turned around the fortunes for herself. Playing some scintillating golf, also played the Olympics.
We also got some updates about other players. Vikrant unfortunately has dropped another shot to move at 4 under par, and Ranjit is also at 4 under par. Karandeep Kochhar has gained a shot and is at 11 under par. So it's interesting now. Sunit Chaurasia here.
Unfortunately,
We're seeing a lot of short putts being missed today. I think that is definitely due to the pin positions that have been placed today. There's a lot of steep slopes, subtle slopes around the pin, which are not quite discernible to the players. I think it makes a difference if where the pin is located is in a flat location as opposed to the one where you can see there is a discernible slope around the flags. That makes it difficult. Even a short putt of 2 or 3 feet has maybe an inch or so of break, and that's not too easy to navigate. If you get the wrong line, then unfortunately you're not going to be making that putt.
news now. Do you have any news about is this Chima putting for par or for birdie?
He's putting for par. He was over the green and he hit his putt up here now. Would need to make this putt. If he has any hope of having an outside shot at this tournament, well, he's done well. He's made that putt.
Sisodia putting for par on the 9th. Rolls that one up easily.
Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We love our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद. यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Got to know about how to read the greens, how to read the slope, how to read the surface. So there was plenty to learn, and coming from such highly rated professionals, it's always good, and it was a great opportunity to be here. Most of the things have been cleared. See, the golf is such a game that there are so many variables, but most of the major ones have been you know, good advice has been given, and I think I'll carry a lot from this workshop today.
Thank you to PGTI and Tata Steel for this opportunity to give a few tips to the youngsters and members of Chandigarh Golf Club. Always a pleasure to share knowledge. Very interesting, good questions they had regarding the grain and the growth of the grass and how to judge that. So we pros are now experts at judging the grain. So we just shared the little insights we had, and I think they were very, very appreciative, and it was an eye opener for them, like it was for us when we learnt this thing for the first time.
It's always a pleasure, you know. I mean, I'm forever indebted to this game. You know, it's given me so much a purpose in life, and just one of so many things. So, you know, really humbled and blessed to be able to do this, to give back to the sport, to this club more often. You know, this club has done so much for me. This is my second home, so I'm really happy that I have this opportunity to do this. Just trying to give some lessons or some thoughts which we've learned over the years playing professional golf. Just trying to, because they're obviously they're amateurs, so don't want to get in too much into detail, not too much into techniques. So just sticking with the basics of putting, ball striking, alignment, stuff like those. Your ball position, stuff like that. So just trying to, just trying to help those players. Because I think these members, the amateurs, they take the game maybe more seriously than us. They really want to play well.
Back to the live action on the golf course. Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, our leader, trying to get it up onto the ninth green, leaving himself short and right off the hole on the fringe. Shouldn't be a problem. Probably not too bad a place to be. In fact, all the way uphill to the hole, breaking slightly from the right at the start and slightly from the left towards the hole later. Speed, judgment is going to be the key on this kind of a putt. So if people come out to watch the players play this final round, patrons, some junior golfers there walking fondly. Always nice to see the local crowds come out and support the players. Watch some of the best golfers in the country. In fact, coming in all the way from Bangladesh, one of the top golfers from that country is Zamal Hussain Mola. Nice to see the kind of fondness that the kids have in following their favorite players. Their local lad, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, also in this group. And Karthik Sharma, recently, I think 2 or 3 years ago, turned pro. And now here playing the leader group. We have that board following the players. Karthik Sharma, looks like he came out from the left rough to this place. Chipped it out first, and now trying to get it up onto the green to save par. Would have a longish attempt there for par. Leader group making their way to the halfway hole, number 9. Samal putting for birdie from the right fringe. Karthik Sharma needing to hole about 24 feet for par to stay at 11 under. Samal trying to make a move or at least stay steady. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu trying to press that gas pedal. Samal really putting in a lot of body turn and follow through into that and giving it himself just a tap in for par now. Looks like follow through and a body turn might not be too bad for hitting a long putt then. Good job there for Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, staying steady on the course, maintaining his position on that leaderboard. I think coming into the final day and leading a tournament, staying steady is very important. The birdies will fall in. Staying patient through the process is a very, very important part of the task. Sometimes you could start to push the pedal too hard, even though you might not need to, and you can tend to start making some bad decisions. So I think Zamal Hussain Mola really staying calm and even paced during the round is going to be very beneficial, and as the holes move on, the opportunities will come in and the putts will start falling. Karthik really trying to get the best line possible over here. He needs this putt if he wants to maintain his position and to keep the charge. He's already dropped plenty shots for the day. Damage control is extremely essential, and nonetheless, to be the best player in the field, you will also need to be the best scrambler in the field. We've seen that and learned that from Tiger Woods multiple times. Best scrambling is also very important. Not just good striking, not just good putting, but good scrambling. Coming out of tough situations in a positive manner and being able to save pars is as essential as is making birdies. Karthik Sharma coming up short with their attempt. Didn't have enough speed on that. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now from about 20 feet away for birdie. This putt should come off pretty straight towards the end. Will not have much of a break. Tad bit of a downhill in the last 4-5 feet off the hole. Chima maintains himself at 12 under par after the front 9 of this final round at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Chima needs to start making a few more birdies, keep that alive. And does he have it? Slight underread there, broke a little bit from the left to the right towards the end. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu would be saving par on this 9th hole. Karandeep Kochar also tying Angad Chima at 12 under par. Kochar also now tying Angad Chima at 12 under, providing a challenge to the top of the leaderboard. Nice to see Karandeep Kochar getting back into his ways of form.
अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में। गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Now back to the action. We have Yuvraj, who's leading the tournament at 16 under par, followed closely by Zamal. Angad at 12 under par through 9 holes. Karthik at 12 under par.
And look at the number of Chandigarh boys on that leaderboard. All of them are top. Yuvraj, Angad, Karandeep, Ranjit, all of them from Chandigarh, providing the hardest challenge out there.
Yeah, I think familiar surroundings, not definitely coming to the fore, and they are definitely good players. They've been able to play well even in other locations. So I just don't think it's the golf course itself.
Yuvraj there seems to have exchanged positions with Zamal. He's made a birdie over him and taken the solo lead now. So things are getting very interesting. I am also keeping my eyes on Karandeep and Angad as they move into 12 under par for the tournament. They are still 4 shots away from the lead, but that back nine can have any sort of surprises out there for us.
I think that would have happened on the 9th hole. That's sort of a switch, or because we saw them last on the 7th, or maybe on the 8th hole. Yuvraj is an aggressive player, so he would have made birdie. Now on the back nine, I think the tournament seems to be wide open with 5-6 players within 4 shots.
I think there is also a lot of opening for the guys behind, which is Karandeep and Angad. They have the chance to be really aggressive. Sometimes when you're in the leader group like Yuvraj and Zamal are playing together, they could be feeding off each other and actually might end up being conservative or aggressive basis on the other player who's playing with them. While Karandeep and Angad know that there is only one way to go.
Yeah, that's the aggressive way. So I think the following pack does have an advantage in terms of not having that pressure to deal with, not really having that sort of heavyweight battle within the group.
Sure.
So they'd be focusing on their own games, trying to make more birdies, whereas Zamal might be looking at keeping up with Yuvraj. So it is one of those dynamics. But 4 shots is definitely something that players can make up through 9 holes. And the back nine does provide a lot of opportunities in terms of birdies. So I would think that this could, again, go down the route of a playoff like it did previously on this golf course.
You never know. That would be the 7th playoff at the Chandigarh Golf Club. That is a record of sorts for the PGTI to have 6 playoffs at the Chandigarh Golf Club so far. That's the maximum for any venue to have had. And of course, the lowest winning total over here has been 20 under par. While we are looking right now at our leader being at 16. So we need 4 more birdies or more to tie or break that record. Well, we will have to wait to see whether that record gets broken. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that our friends Karandeep as well as Angad might be creating a bit of a charge on that back nine.
What do you think about the hopes of Karthik? He's 5 shots behind. Is that a little bit too much of a gap?
I think that might be just too much of a gap, especially with the number of players in the middle already. And Karthik hasn't been staying steady on his game today. He's been having a few bogeys and a few birdies here and there. So he might still be challenging if he just, turns that fortune around for himself off the day.
5 shots, you would at the least require a 5 under on that 9. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, there are, you could birdie one of the 10th or the 11th. 11th is a challenging hole. You do get a 5 or a 6 or 7
Right.
iron, depending on where the flag is. But 12th, 13th, 14th, and the last 3 holes. Out of
Absolutely.
these 6 holes, you could look at a player making 4 birdies. So a 5 under on that 9 is possible if the player is really on his game. And the tournament could go at somewhere between 15 and 16 under par, because I think the leaders are now
Slowing down.
would find it difficult
Right.
as they get to the back 9. There would be the added pressure because they've not been thinking about winning the tournament so far. But when you get in the back 9, there would be this sort of a chess game that they would be looking at the leaderboard. Okay, that I'm 4 shots ahead, so maybe I can I can afford to be not that aggressive. But as we saw, Yuvraj, when he was chasing in Tollygunge, Kolkata, he was extremely aggressive. He made a lot of birdies. So the chasing pack, as he's saying, does have an advantage.
Yes, in fact, golf is such a funny sport. 13th, 16th, and 17th are actually all 3 eagle-able holes. And I have seen that happen earlier. So you don't know, anything could really happen on that back 9. And on the other hand, for a good hitter, of course, those 3 do become possibilities.
17, 13, 16, and 17. Possibly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Of course, the 16th can only be reached by a really long hitter, which could be Yuvraj or even Angad could reach it. But you have to be able to reach the green.
Get there with a driver and a 3-wood to the front edge.
Unlikely. He'd probably be about 30 yards short of the green, which is again not a bad place to be. But like I said earlier, these 3 holes do provide the players an equal opportunity to make eagle pretty much, except the 16th, which favors a little longer hitter.
17th, even somebody like Zamal can probably get to the front edge if he is able to get the line right. So,
Yes.
In that aspect, I think this golf course has an amazing finishing stretch because it gives the opportunity, the risk and reward, opportunity is definitely there. So it makes it interesting for the viewers.
I think the most challenging thing is going to be what a player ends up doing on the green. On the 17th hole, definitely getting the right line is very, very essential. Sometimes from that tee box, you're unable to catch that correct line. But if someone does, you could really fly that ball up and
Yes.
land it up pretty close to the green.
I think you're right.
You clip one of those trees and you could be in a completely different situation.
Yeah, a lot would actually hinge on how the leader group sort of plays the first 3 holes of the back 9, because the 10th and 11th, or maybe not in the first 2 holes are somewhere that you can actually drop shots, maybe the 10th and 11th if you're too aggressive. But from there on in, the leader group can actually easily play the rest of the holes out in even par. I don't see them dropping shots from 12 to 18 because they would make a birdie here or there. So 10th and 11th will be pivotal for the leader group, and that would determine the course of this tournament. As we have a look at hole number 10 right now, it's our first look at this hole. There's OB running down the entirety of the right side. A very interesting hole.
I found it always very difficult to hit this tee shot.
It's an extremely difficult tee shot because you can't quite hit a fade because there's trees on the left.
Yeah.
And there's OB on the right. So unfortunately, you have to stand at the OB and try and draw it back. So it's a very intimidating shot.
Yeah, I couldn't draw the ball very well, and I would have to fade it, and then you can't start the ball way left.
Yes, because it's scary because you're fading it towards trouble. So that kind of goes against all the tenets that you learn. But so I see players actually maybe hitting a 3-iron off the tee.
Yeah, I used to do exactly that. Hit a 2-iron off the tee so that I would not
Safety
end
first.
up have to shape that. Otherwise, I could get there to the bend with my driver, but the problem was that my shape really would clip off some
On the
trees.
Chima, fluffing his chip a little bit, seems he sort of went under that one. So, as I said, the 10th and 11th, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be very important holes. These are difficult holes. The 11th is a hard green, and the players would be getting anything from a 7 to a 6 iron. Seems like the wind is favoring them, so maybe a little easier today, but still, these are holes that can creep upon you if you're not ready for them. Suneet really running that by, so this hole is proving to be very difficult for the penultimate group. They'll have to make sure that they remain in striking distance. You don't want to, sort of eliminate your mathematical chance of having a shot at the tournament by making bogeys. So it's important that they sort of mitigate these sort of errors. Shivinder, no? I've seen a lot of the longer players even use driver here and maybe try to carry those trees on the left hand side. You would require a 300-yard carry to carry that tree, which we can see in the foreground on the left. And then if you're able to carry that, you can have like a 50-yard shot to the green. But the landing spot is very narrow. So I don't think many of the players would be doing that. Majority would be going with a 3 or a 2 iron, then maybe a 7 iron, I think, to the green.
Yeah, so one could carry those trees on the left side, but if you caught it just a tad bit weak, then your ball could end up not flying those trees and end up clipping one of the leaves and just dropping down into the rough. You don't want to put yourself into a situation unnecessarily, do you?
Now let's see if Angad can save power. I think this is essential. If he misses this putt, I think his challenge is pretty much. Heartbreak.
Wow, you've got like compass in your eyes, don't you?
Nobody's seeing the veracity of it, so I can say anything I want. I can say 450 degrees. But unfortunate for him, now he'll just be looking to have a good round and see where things go. I think he's too far behind.
Things are getting slowed down over here. Someone needs to provide that challenge. Shivinder Singh Sisodia appears to be putting for birdie over here.
Shivinder currently at 7 under par, so not having the best of days. But would still like to settle the ship, and that'll definitely help. Nifty birdie right there.
Karandeep Kochar doesn't want to stop himself. He's now at 13 under par, making things quite interesting.
Suneet Chaurasia at 9 under par. As you can see on this final day, a few players are dropping shots. The pin positions are not the easiest. Cumulative fatigue does sort of take its toll on the final day. And oppressive heat also does play a factor in the same. So it's important that the players are able to, keep their wits about themselves as they try and challenge for this amazing tournament. Well done by Suneet making that putt. So he would remain at 9 under par.
Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We love our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद. यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. Welcome to Champaner, the University of Architecture. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Superb, man.
Got to know about how to read the greens, how to read the slope, how to read the surface. So there was plenty to learn, and coming from such highly rated professionals, it's always good, and it was a great opportunity to be here. Most of the things have been cleared. See, the golf is such a game that there are so many variables, but most of the major ones have been good advice has been given, and I think I'll carry a lot from this workshop today.
Thank you to PGTI and Tata Steel for this opportunity to give a few tips to the youngsters and members of Chandigarh Golf Club. Always a pleasure to share knowledge. Very interesting, good questions they had regarding the grain and the growth of the grass and how to judge that. So we pros are now experts at judging the grain, so we just shared the little insights we had, and I think they were very, very appreciative, and it was an eye-opener for them, like it was for us when we learnt this thing for the first time.
It's always a pleasure, I mean, I'm forever indebted to this game. It's given me so much a purpose in life, and just one of so many things. So, really humbled and blessed to be able to do this, to give back to the sport, to this club more often. This club has done so much for me. This is my second home, so I'm really happy that I have this opportunity to do this. Just trying to give some lessons or some thoughts which we've learned over the years playing professional golf. Just trying to, because they're obviously amateurs, so don't want to get in too much into detail, not too much into techniques. So just sticking with the basics of putting, ball striking, alignment, stuff like those. Your ball position, stuff like that. So just trying to, just trying to help those players, because I think these members, the amateurs, they take the game maybe more seriously than us. They really want to play well.
Back live to the action. We have a look at the leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by Chandigarh Golf Club, boasting a prize money of 50 lakh. And we're here down to the business end of things. We're on the final day's play with the final 9 holes. And the leaderboard as it stands is led by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh at 16 under par, followed closely by Zamal Hussain Mola from Bangladesh at 15 under par. And in third position is Karandeep Kochar, the local lad here, having a brilliant day, who's at 13 under par. Angad Chima, another player from Chandigarh, tied alongside Karthik Sharma, the left-handed player at 11 under par. Then you have a host of players at 9, 8, 7, 5 under par. So the tournament, realistically speaking, is between the top 5 at this point in time. Any one of them does have a chance of winning this tournament. The back 9 is where the golf course does provide these players a little bit of an opportunity to try and move up the leaderboard. The front 9 has been pretty difficult today with the pin positions that the committee has set up. And we've had a very interesting tournament so far. There have been low scores all around. We had Shivendra had somewhat faded away now, and that's me on your screen, Chori Singh. As we analyze day's play, we look at how the players have done so far, the tournament, how it's progressed, and we're seeing this clearly come out as a 5-man battle right now, led by MD Zamal Hussain and Yuvraj. So it's going to be very interesting, and that's why we reckon that you should stay joined with us as we go through the next 7 holes. I'm your host Shaurya Singh. I'm joined by my co-host Rahul, who's unfortunately just gone for a little bit of a break right now. We're live at the Chandigarh Golf Course, and this tournament was started by 136 players, and 57 players ended up making the cut, out of which you're seeing the top players right now who've been able to stamp their authority on the tournament. And giving you a little bit of background, tournament golf on the PGTI is played over 4 days. The cut is applied after 2 days. And after that, the top 50 players and ties end up moving to the money rounds. And the rest of them, unfortunately, don't make a paycheck that week. So golf is a very unforgiving game in that aspect. Number 17, mouth-watering hole indeed. A dog leg from left to right, playing a little over 300 yards, 370 on the scorecard. But if you're able to calculate as the crow flies, it's about 320. So a lot of these players would be trying to reach there in one, as you can see them going with the driver. This will definitely be a hole that will determine the outcome of this tournament. The previous time that we were here, there was a playoff at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational between Rashid Khan and Shiv Kapoor. And this golf course has already seen 7 playoffs in tournaments. So there is a tendency here for the top players to bunch up right towards the end of the tournament. And let's see if that is something that happens this time as well. On our screens is Dosharan, the golfer from Gurugram. Has been coming up really well on the PGTI. A young player, has been improving his game. You know how the PGTI is distinct from other local tours, domestic tours the world over, is that the PGTI also offers world ranking points for the top 5 finishes. And that is indeed very important and something to take note of, because these world ranking points, in fact, enable our players to be able to compete on international stage. So if you're able to rise up in the world rankings, then you can get exemptions and entries into international tournaments, and that's something that they would be vying for. We also have in the field Udayan Mane, the Olympian. In fact, curious case that he was able to make the Olympic spot right by playing on the PGTI itself. So won almost half a dozen tournaments. So that shows you that if you can really dominate the PGTI, you can rise up in the international rankings and then go on to other tours and international tournaments. As we have a look at the leaderboard, there's a mix of experience and youth on that leaderboard, but it seems that youth is definitely leading the way, as we have Yuvraj, young, very young player, turned pro maybe 3 or 4 years ago. in his early 20s. The only experienced name on that leaderboard is Vikrant and Ranjit. Both of these players in their 40s, so as to speak, early 40s, and they've been professional golfers for almost 2 decades now, and have a lot of rich experience. Vikrant with a very stellar amateur career and a very stable professional career. In fact, the only thing missing incidentally, the only thing missing on both of their resumes is a victory. So you're hoping that they would be able to do that this week. But nevertheless, having a good top 10 finish is indeed a commendable effort. Ranjit has been playing very well off late for the last year. In fact, he was leading the tournament in Ahmedabad a couple of months ago, but unfortunately could not seal the deal. But he's been coming back from strength to strength and been finishing well. Shivendra is somebody that we see often in the top 20, top 15. This is one of the few times that he's led a tournament, a prodigious hitter off the golf ball, hits the ball a far distance. Suneet Chaurasia is the nephew of the very, very famous SSP Chaurasia, and he is sort of establishing his name in golden letters in Indian golf. He's the current course record holder here at Chandigarh Golf Club at 10 under par 2 years ago at a tournament. So has a lot of game and great family lineage as well. Karthik, the left-handed player, also another youngster. Angad Chima has been pro for quite a few years. Would be in his late 20s at this point in time. And Angad has done well on tour. He's been a winner previously, had a very good amateur career as well. And now he's coming back again to the fore. Karandeep has been a phenomenal player. He's one of the only players who was an amateur and managed to win a professional tournament of the PGTI when he won at the Tollygunj Golf Club. So a lot of good names. Yuvraj, no stranger to success. He's been playing really well off late, winning tournaments, shooting double-digit under pars on a single day. Zamal, a very experienced campaigner, somebody who has played a lot of golf in Asia, especially Southeast Asia, and plies his trade on the PGT of India. And that is what is unique about the PGT of India, that it gives players from different countries the opportunity to come and compete. It's not a protected tour, so as to speak. There are no exemptions for country spots. It's because of the virtue of being able to give world ranking points. It has to be an open tour. So professionals from the world over actually come and compete here on the PGTI. We have players from America, South America. We've seen players compete from Australia and different countries and parts of the world. So it just shows you that this game is going from strength to strength, and thanks in large part to what PGTI has been able to do for the growth of golf. The PGTI has been in inception for a little over 15 to 16 years, and in that time it's added a lot of feathers to its cap. Players from the PGTI have won tournaments on all major tours in the world. Arjun Atwal, although not a product of the PGTI, he was already a legend at that point in time, has won on the PGA Tour. Anirban Lahiri recently finishing second on the PGA Tour. Gaganjeet Bhullar, a winner. He's the most prolific winner from India on the Asian Tour, and a household name even on the European Tour. So a lot of good golf lineage. Shubhankar Sharma, Indian golf definitely seems to be in good hands, and that is in large part managed by the support from corporate houses, state government, central government, and so on and so forth. And we'd also like to point out and tell you a little bit about our sponsors in a bit. As we see that Yuvraj has actually moved up now, he's opening a 2-shot lead. So it's getting pretty interesting on the top of the leaderboard.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu not leaving any stone unturned over there, and it's going on at his own pace, leaving Zamal Hussain Mola 2 shots away and Karandeep Koshar lurking 4 shots away. Angad has slowed down with that bogey on the 10th hole, would need to actually end up making an eagle or so if he really wants to continue that challenge. Karandeep Kochar, of course, moving now into the holes where he could be making eagles and birdies as he has about 6 more holes to go in this final round. So Karandeep Kochar looking to make a charge towards Yuvraj, although Yuvraj seems to be playing on his own little golf course. Seems like a lot of movement on that leaderboard. Players moving from hole to hole. Scorers seem to have a lot of stuff to take care of. So action at the Chandigarh Golf Club always tends to get towards the interesting side. Moreover, the patrons that come around to walk the golf course to support the professional golfers over here, it's a heartening view for all of us. The number of people that play golf in Chandigarh and are supportive of the sport and the sportsmen around it is just heartening for us to watch. That's why Chandigarh happens to be one of the best venues for professional golf to return to. So, of course, Sukhna Lake is right next door to this golf course, a very, very scenic place. In fact, a lot of players as well as most of the people of Chandigarh do go around there for a walk or a jog, either the morning or the evenings. One of the most beautiful places that one could be at. Of course, overlooking the Morni Hills, and Punjab Governor's house also happens to be next door to the Chandigarh Golf Clubs. The golf course itself has a rich history laid out in 1962, one of the longest golf courses in the country at 7,202 yards, flanked by mango, jamun, eucalyptus and kikar trees all along the fairways. The course has not only the history of being one of the longest courses, also has the history of having seen 6 playoffs, the maximum at any venue for tournaments hosted by the PGTI. Of course, talking about history, multiple players from this golf course and this city have made history in the game of golf. Some of the notable names are Jeev Milkha Singh, and of course, Harmeet Kalon, Amandeep Johal, all these players coming from the Chandigarh Golf Club, Amritinder Singh, Gurbaz Maan, Uttam Singh Mundi, all players having played nationally and internationally at various stages of their lives. Ajitesh Sandhu, a product of Chandigarh, player who plays between the Asian Tour and the European Tour and the Japanese Golf Tour. Karandeep Kochar, after 13 holes, is now at 14 under par, just 3 shots adrift. Karandeep Kochar keeping his foot on the gas. He needs to do that if he wants to create a challenge for the leader. As we see the group of Sunny Chaurasia, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, and walking up to the 11th green now. Chaurasia seems to have missed his tee shot onto the right side. Shouldn't be too tough to make an up and down from there, but definitely being on the dance floor is more helpful to make birdies. Nice to see all the players will be coming from Chandigarh to Noida Golf Club for their next tournament, and very similar golf courses. So be sure to see some interesting action at the Noida Golf Club. The greens over here as well playing very, very nicely. So that would also mean that players have a good track to be competing on in the coming week for the 40 lakh prize purse. Chaurasia with his chip.
Lot to play for the players. Brilliant shot there.
Chaurasia leaving it just a few
Whenever
feet
you say
short.
Chaurasia, I think of SSP.
There's only one Chaurasia in this field, so
Yes,
you say Chaurasia now.
Yeah. Sunil Chaurasia there. I'm sure he makes his uncle proud and the family proud. They've got 2 champions, not just one. And it's the start of his career. I'm sure he'll go on to achieve all the things that his uncle has achieved and more. SSP Chaurasia, 3-time champion on the European Tour.
3-time win on the
No
European
mean
Tour.
feat that some brilliant play by him over the last decade.
In fact, winning 2 tournaments at the Delhi Golf Club and 1 at the DLF Golf and Country Club. Usually, people would, at the start of the tournament, probably named other players, but SSP Chaurasia proving everyone wrong.
Yes, and now we have Angad Chima here with that blue tape to
Seems like
stabilize the
Angad
wrist.
Chima, you've made him synonymous with the blue tape now.
Well, he's the only one who's sporting that kind of a tape at this point in time. So
I won't be surprised if he's going to end up sending you one of those kinesiology blue tapes to your home as well very soon.
Couldn't hurt. I think that might help me
Be
play.
like, here's a little souvenir so you remember me always.
That might be something that can help me emulate his level of golf.
The next thing we know, you see a man with blue tape all around his arms and his legs. Probably going to be
Commentating.
Shaurya Singh.
Yes, you never know. Rub off that gold dust, and then next time I can also be 10 under for 4 days. Who knows?
The amount of speaking that you're doing, I think you might just need a blue tape around your mouth.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we are here for, to entertain you and make sure that your interest is piqued in this brilliant game that we call golf, that is being played here, right here in Chandigarh, in the heart of Chandigarh.
The heart of Chandigarh, but Angad Chima not making that ball roll all the way till the heart of the cup.
For a moment, it looked like Shivinder was going to finish that putt for him. Like, what is going on? Is this like croquet? Sometimes I think that the caddies have a difficult job. If the ball goes in the hole, the player is always the one who gets the adulation and the credit. But if it misses it, the caddy gets the blame that the line was wrong. So, it's a pretty difficult job for a caddy. But that's why they have a percentage share in the winnings. It makes it all worthwhile if your player plays well. And Shivinder has, what a beautiful birdie there by Shivinder. So, making up for lost ground there. That would move Shivinder back to 9 under par. So he'd be hoping to get to double digits under par. Now we have the veteran, Mr. Gaurav Ghai here.
Yeah, I think true ambassadors of the game are players like Gaurav Ghai, Jeev Milkha Singh, Arjun Atwal, Jyoti Randhawa. All of these players, constantly upping their games.
I'm quite intrigued by the pin position on the 18th hole. This isn't the traditional pin position on the final day, but nevertheless, the front pin position a little easier than the back right one, I'm sure.
But I guess Mr. Chari, our tournament director, is just looking at surprising.
यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We love our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। Welcome to Champaner, the University of Architecture. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में। गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Very superb, man.
Back to all that action at the Chandigarh Golf Club as the players walk up to the 11th green. Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola hitting it slightly past the flag, about 20 to 25 feet past it. We have another player who's landed himself up within 15 feet for a birdie. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu walking up easily, staying calm. Karthik Sharma seems to have left himself a good 60 feet away from the hole. All the three players are on the putting surface, so have a chance to make a birdie nonetheless. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu really dialing in those iron shots, keeping that ball pin high pretty much hole after hole, week after week and month after month.
Not the easiest hole to be hole high, requires a pretty good shot because the green is elevated and a little firm, and the wind is also from players' backs, so it's tough to sort of stop this ball on a dime, but Yuvraj has that compression rate in the ball, so not much of an issue for him.
You know, golf is like kind of anything else, right? Like you keep trying, you keep trying, you keep trying. Some putts fall in and some putts don't fall in. Kind of like everything else that you do. You keep attempting a few things and then you make a few, you don't make a few, you get a few successes here or there, you lose a few battles here or there. Kind of like what golf is, right? But you have to keep giving yourself the opportunities.
I thought you were going to say golf is like a box of chocolates, like Forrest Gump famously said, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Who's Forrest Gump?
It's a very famous movie. I think you ought to watch it. The man ran all the way through America, kept growing his beard. So I think let's see who's going to emulate him and run the marathon and win today.
It's like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seems to be a pretty good marathon runner and rather consistent. I think I'm going to call him up and ask him
more
for
like a
lessons.
Seems more like a sprinter. I don't think anybody can catch up with him. He's on his different pace right now.
Absolutely.
Raj has moved to 18 under par as we speak, so it's a 3-shot lead. So.
Karthik Sharma now coming out from about 60-70 feet away. This ball should break from his left to the right.
It's very flat green. These, the putt does have a chance to go in the hole. It's not much undulation on it. So if he can get the line, he does have a...
So subtle slope and line on this green will be breaking up a little bit from the left towards the right, only if it has pace on it. Does it have pace on it? Not really. Karthik Sharma not hitting those putts all the way up to the hole.
But a good job nevertheless. A good putt by him.
Tapping that one in for par. Not too bad from 60 feet away, giving himself a tap in for a par.
Zamal discussing the line there. I think nice downhill putts on these kind of greens. I think greens would be rolling at about 10. So a downhill putt on greens of this speed are actually quite makeable because you just have to hit it, and I don't think grain seems to be too much a factor this week. The direction of the grass seems to be more a factor of the slope. So
I think the greens aren't playing too fast, which gives the players a chance to be a little firmer with their putts. And Zamal Hussain Mola definitely needs to start making a move. Otherwise, our friend Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is definitely playing on another golf course.
opting to keep the flag inside. This is where I would actually propagate the use of keeping the flag in the hole because it can work as a backstop if you hit a firm putt. So this is where I would also keep the flag in the hole. What about you, Raul?
I would actually remove the flag pretty much on every putt that I hit. I don't know. I guess the last time I played,
Just a little shy of the hole, but a good try nevertheless.
I think the last time I played professionally was about 4 years ago, and that time the new rules of keeping the flag stick in weren't there. So I guess I'm just too used to removing a flag stick. So I just find it very uncomfortable now when flag stick is in there, especially when I see it in there for about a 10-15 footer. I start feeling quite awkward. In fact, even from further away, it seems like my caddy is being very casual and not lifting the flag stick if he leaves it in there.
I think you're too hard on your caddy. The caddy also deserves some rest, and I think that is one thing which has happened. Otherwise,
I guess that's what R&A and USD are trying to do, is it? They're trying to give the caddies a little bit of rest.
absolutely, because I think otherwise they had to tend the flag, they had to walk and do the yard chase. To be honest, it has made that very difficult job maybe a little more tolerable. The work of a caddy is quite difficult in these oppressive conditions, carrying that bag, and luckily, majority of the bags that the players have are the carry light, the lighter version of the bags. But you would see some of the more seasoned player, the international players, having that big staff bag, and which could weigh up to 15 kgs in times.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now putting for birdie on the 11th. Can he take this challenge even further forward? And he can. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu moving himself to 18 under par for the tournament, taking a 3-shot lead over Zamal Hussain Mola. Moves also 4 shots ahead of Karandeep Kochar. Karandeep Kochar trying very hard to defend his title and doing a really, really good job of it. Zamal now putting for par to stay at his score. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is playing like absolutely another beast altogether. He seems to have his own golf set in his mind, golf course in his mind.
He looks like a man possessed at this point in time as we have a look at the leaderboard. Opening a 3-shot lead is Yuvraj. I think this looks like a done deal at this point in time, unless he falters and makes a couple of mistakes himself.
I think it's getting more interesting to debate about who's going to finish second now.
Exactly. I think Yuvraj has become the new Tiger Woods. The tournament is sort of a done deal. Now there's a mini tournament who will finish second, but I think that's a little too early to say that, to be honest, because the 13th hole is still there. If one of Zamal or Karandeep can actually, or even Angad for that matter, can make an eagle there and move up, and I think if they can get to about 3 shots within the last 3 holes, then there's still an opportunity that this tournament could be contested. But at this point in time, the runaway winner looks to be Yuvraj. He's in fantastic form, and it looks like he's going to breach the 20 under par record as well. So you never know.
When we look at the holes like the 13th, 16th, and the 17th, which are birdieable holes, I think also the thing that will really separate the wheat from the chaff is going to be holes like the 14th and the 15th, which are not very easy holes, but the players who actually end up picking up shots on these holes, they would be ending up separating themselves from the field even further on.
Yes, those are holes that definitely players with ball striking pedigree tend to come to the fore, especially the 15th. That's a very treacherous hole. A player who's not a very good ball striker could end up making a bogey, and a stronger player might even fancy making a 3 there. So anything's possible as we head over to the 18th hole. The flag.
Abhijit Singh Chadda leaving himself a little bit of work to do with a chip in putt, maybe even make that chip in, keeping himself dry by just under 2 yards.
Would be looking to make this.
Does Chadda have it? Chadda leaving that one a little bit short, will have under 3 feet to save par on the 18th hole. This would end his campaign for this PGTI championship being held at his home club.
It's a nice feeling to play a tournament in your own backyard, especially a golf course as expansive as Chandigarh Golf Club.
Incidentally, I'm having a tournament next week in my backyard, which happens to be the Noida Golf Course, and I will be here with you in the commentary box.
Yeah, we would have liked to see you on the golf course and commentate on your play, but either way, we'll commentate on these players and see how that goes. So we have a look at the 18th, Harinder Gupta. This flag pin position is a little more generous than what we normally see on the final day. I think the front pin position gives the players a little more of a bailout area on the front left. If they're in prime position, they can go for the flag or can just play a little left, and that luxury normally not afforded at the back right flag. So a little bit of respite for the players.
I think our tournament director, Mr. Sampat Chari, is trying to be, coming up with bundles of surprises for the players. He must have thought that players must be expecting a top right flag, and maybe I should just surprise them today.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, we've gone away from the norm of the back, the Sunday pin position, so as to speak, and maybe this is a little bit of surprise to keep things mixing things up and surprising the players. But the players seem like they're ready for any challenge at this point in time.
Hani Besoya, multiple winner on the PGTI. What a lovely putt there by Hani Besoya. Harinder Gupta now putting for par on the 18th hole. Harinder Gupta trying to find form again after all those injuries that he's been battling. There was an injury in his shoulder which actually forced him to move from a fade to a draw shot. And that in itself could take a lifetime for a player to learn. Harinder Gupta not taking too long though to start getting used to those things. Missing that putt.
Unfortunate.
Harinder
Seems to be a loss of concentration right towards the end, and that can happen even to the best of players.
Harinder is definitely one of the best of players.
Very unhappy there with that error, and rightly so. But still, the ethics of golf dictate that you still meet your players and you greet each other and thank each other for the day of golf that you played with each other.
Nice camaraderie between the players. Appears that Abhijit Singh Chadda being carried this week by his wife Ankita Tivana, former professional golfer on the ladies tour in India.
Look at the leaderboard now. Seems like Ranjit and Vikrant have each gained a stroke, so it's good. They are remaining in the top 10. And towards the top end of things, we can see that Yuvraj still maintains that 3-shot cushion.
I'd say that's a pretty Instagrammable picture.
You big on Instagram, are you?
Well, not big enough.
Okay. This is one of those advents of the newer generation, and you definitely taken to it like a.
I'm almost
like a duck to water.
I think social media is really a millennial thing, isn't it? And I think you also are one, although your hair color seems to suggest otherwise. But
Absolutely,
you're more than halfway there.
I'm not too much of a social media person, but it's one of those things that helps you connect with people and your friends and your family, and it's just where the world is moving. I see the changes in things. You see how the mobile phone that sort of it's all pervasive now everywhere. I have a son who's almost 3 years old, and it's tough to keep them off the mobile phone. So how the world is changing, technology is almost there in every aspect of our life, and technology is what is enabling us to bring you this high quality golf from Chandigarh. So obviously, it's something that is helping us at this point in time. And for those of our viewers who are wondering about Rahul's Instagram ID, it's Rahul Golf, Rahul Bajaj Golf. I'm sorry.
That's sure you mean Shaurya golf for you.
Yeah, probably the most boring Instagram account, I must tell you beforehand. So
Gujarat is very dear to this day because this day is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Very superb, man.
Back at the live coverage for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by the Chandigarh Golf Club. Players this week are vying for a prize purse of rupees 50 lakh on this par 72 golf course. This is the 8th tournament of this 2022 season. Players will be moving from here to the Noida Golf Club for the next tournament coming up just next week. Some of the notables in the field are Olympian Udayan Mane, Karandeep Kochar, Khalin Joshi, Hani Besoya, Kshitij Naved, Kaul, Abhijit Chadda, Akshay Sharma, and Adil Bedi. Some of the players not really making it to the weekend rounds. Some of the international players who have made it to the weekend are Zamal Hussain Mola and Anura Rohana, as well as Mithun Pereira. Zamal Hussain Mola staying 3 shots away from the leader Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Karandeep Kochar, and Angad Chima, all 3 from the city of Chandigarh. Back to all of that live action. Now on to the 18th tee box with the Olympian Udayan Mane. Teeing it up from the left side of the tee box. We'll need to rail this one in from the left side.
Udayan's definitely done a lot of work on his fitness, looks so much fitter, and definitely the results will follow as well. Not too happy with that tee shot. Looking on anxiously.
One of the finest golfers has been produced in India. Quick mention to all of our tour partners, Rolex and Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, the Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. All of these corporates coming together to the fore to help out and support professional golf. And that is just amazing, because no sports can really function without the support of corporate houses. Mari Muthu from Bangalore. Very nonchalant, just goes out there, puts the tee and just goes, smashes it. Quite effective at it. I'd have to probably prepare for about 30 seconds before I could do that. Manu Gandas now, a lot more deliberate than Mari Muthu.
Yes, different
two different personalities.
Different personalities, different golf game. Although Manu Gandas is a winner on tour. Young man has definitely been improving his game and going from strength to strength. I see that the explosion of youth on tour is so considerable, and many of them have already become winners. So it's, I keep reiterating that point that the experienced golfers are definitely having their work cut out. The younger lot are taking up all the top spots. It's very difficult for the experienced lot to keep up. Is this something that's happening in the world over? Like if you look at what's happening on the US tour, Scotty Scheffler, relatively young, but you're seeing that the experienced players are finding it difficult to keep up with the younger lot. Is it only because of the fitness aspect or quotient of it that they hit it longer and they're not taking time to cut their teeth and learn the trade of golf? They're just straight away getting from amateur golf to good professional golf, and they're shooting low numbers. Whereas previously, you'd have this sort of self-imposed embargo on your performance for a couple of years and sort of learn the ropes and the tricks of the trade. But now they just straight away come to the tour and start performing. You saw this young man Arjun Bhati. He just turned pro and had a good finish at the Classic. So it's something that is sort of a new phenomenon, if you may.
So it's something that is really helping to change, the dynamics on in professional golf. One is, of course, the advent of biomechanics and technology. The understanding of the golf swing has grown a hell of a lot with golf coaching becoming more accessible than earlier. So a lot of players are getting the right kind of information way before in time. So, by the age of, let's say, 13 to 16, they're able to start to sort out things. They're able to get information from things like the ball radars that are available that catch also the club face, just like the TrackMan or the GC Quad, and all of these things, helping them to develop into better athletes much quicker. The availability of sports science, fitness, nutrition, all of that also helping hugely. And that's why the age of the successful golfer is dropping down from earlier. And on the other hand, I feel that the older players are, they are far too used to the way that they have been brought up and the way they have trained to play the sport. Things have changed dynamically now, and the older players will also have to sort of reinvent themselves in the new tech savvy kind of way to be able to catch up with these young guns.
I think, yeah, you're right. So I think to the forefront is obviously one of the things that we used to almost take as a gospel, that you had to learn from the experienced players and sort of ease your way into performance. That's not so much true now. People are just sort of hitting the ground running, and that's made a big difference, and it's sort of upset the apple cart, so as to speak, because the experienced players are finding it tough to. A lot of the experienced players are not able to keep their card also on PGTI because the younger lot have taken up the top 40 positions. You see, every week we're seeing the top 10 has at least 80% youngsters. Rewind this back to about 10, 12 years ago, it was the other way around. Experience really used to pay off. So I'm sure this is not like a seismic shift. It'll it's like peaks and troughs that happen in every game. The experienced players will find a way how to bounce back and work on their fitness and improve their game so that they can compete with the younger lot as well.
Well, we look at Manu Gandas now coming up onto the 18th hole. Seems like he ended up overcutting that drive a little bit and probably clipped a few leaves as well. His leaves are far way away for that front flag location. Ideal place to hit this would be just a few feet past the hole.
Brilliant camera work there, giving us a good idea of what the player actually faces, it seems.
Manu Gandas just about making it past that hazard.
Or not certain.
Saw that ball bouncing just past that hazard. Might have just gotten a little stuck with that thick rough there. Mari Muthu
would not want to end up in the watery grave on the 18th hole. That's not a spot that the players would want to find themselves in. Mari Muthu. Now have a look at this player. It generates a lot of spin as it will pitch on the green. You can see that there'll be discernible amount of spin on the ball. One look at that.
Great shot by Mari Muthu. One of the things that I really appreciate in this player is the quickness that he has and the steadfastness that he has in making a decision before the shot, and then he goes into execution mode. Not wasting too much of time before, which what we refer to as paralysis by analysis, and instead of that, he is actually the other spectrum of it, which I kind of find very interesting for a player to be that quick in judgment and making a shot.
Now look at Uthan Mane. He seemed to have hit a big drive, but unfortunately in the wrong direction. Now this could, this is a tricky shot because if he overshoots it, he could well be in the water hazard. His angle is such that he probably have to play a little short and left of the flag. We'll have to err on the side of safety, and therefore the bunker has left it short. So tells you that if you have power, it's also important to have direction because you can find yourself out of position and dropping a shot. I mean, he might still make par, but very difficult shot indeed.
One of the toughest shots in golf would be to have a half a swing with a lob wedge or a sand wedge from a fairway bunker, something like a 70-yarder or a 90-yarder, where you have to control that wedge a lot and not take too much of sand from the bunker. And clearly, if an Olympian can miss it, that one, I guess, that shot is a difficult one.
He's not too happy with that. Seems to be a little deflated. Let's see if he can make up for that. What, as they say in golf, what really matters the most is the next shot. So let's see if the next shot is going to be a brilliant one for Udian Mane. This is a nice shot, all of maybe 30 yards. Just nip it a little bit, 2 bounces, and then come to a halt. The players really do practice a lot. This kind of a shot, and they want to make up and down more than, every alternate time they want to be getting down in 2 from here. Let's see if Udian's short game is up to the task. That's a good shot by him there.
Lovely shot by Udian Mane, scrambling his way onto the green now, while leaving himself just about 6 feet to save par. And that's another facet that I think a lot of the junior golfers who must be watching this tournament can learn from. Just because you hit one bad shot does not really define you as a golfer, or define the result of your hole or that round. You can always make a comeback. You can always hit a better shot on the next one. It's just about you choosing to sort of rethink and move on from the previous shot, and that'll be really, really beneficial. And that's what great players really do. They are quick to move on from a bad shot or a bad hole. In fact, they're also quick to move on from a good hole. Manu Gandas now, after just about flying that hazard.
That'd be a tricky lie for him. I think he would be standing on the edge of the hazard.
Yep, it should be a slightly awkward lie for him, with the feet under and the ball above the feet. But shouldn't be too tough a shot though for him.
Would need to keep his balance and not slip in the hazard. It does happen on a longer shot, probably not on this kind of a shot, but definitely adding another element and showing our viewers that you have to play the ball as it lies. Whether you have to stand in the hazard for it, doesn't matter.
Also, if you want to balance yourself, you might want to go home and do some core exercises so that you don't end up falling into the water hazard, even if you were caught in such an awkward lie and leaving himself about 8 feet short of the hole.
Decently well done from that weird lie near the hazard, feet below, and would have this putt for par now. Yuvraj still leads the tournament by 3 shots, followed by Zamal at 15 under par and Karthik at 12 under par. At this point in time, it's really a 2-horse race, but Zamal is finding it difficult to keep up with a red-hot Yuvraj Singh. Mari Muthu are unfortunately missing that birdie putt.
Pin is perched more towards the left side of the front part of the green. Players could hold on to that left side and shape that ball in. But the pin this time, even though it's not the same as what we were expecting it to be on the top right of the green, does have its own challenges. With that water hazard, needs to be flown in case you do get stuck on the side of the fairway that you don't want to be, and also end up being too cute with that shot. That's what generally happens. Manu Gandas now needs to save this putt for par.
This putt will break a little bit from his right hand side with a little bit of speed on it, and should do the trick and end the round without a blemish. Would not really want to make bogey here. Was in the fairway. And the second shot really wasn't up to par. Let's see if the putt can make up for it, as they say. Drive for show, putt for dough. and a lot of dough he's definitely putting for at this point in time. Each position can have a difference in thousands. Oh, unfortunately, that would move him down the leaderboard and not what he would have wanted at this point in time.
It's another thing that our viewers must notice is that in professional golf, in case a player ends up dropping one shot, it really could mean 5 to 10 positions moving up and down on that leaderboard. That's the density of the field that we have here in India. Each of the players is gunning for red numbers and playing the best of golf today. So
Yes,
it
nobody
remains
is
to
here
be
to give an
seen.
inch to the other person.
Remains to be seen if Yuvraj Singh Sandhu can break that record of Ajitesh Sandhu of 20 under par.
He's primed to. He has five
Do you think
more-
that? Do you think he would be thinking about that record, or do you think
No.
he's just going about his business?
I don't think so. I think he would just be going on about his business and trying to make birdies coming in.
What a great par there for the Olympian Udayan Mane, scrambling his way for a 4 on the 18th hole.
And the player shaking hands. After the battle is done, you sit around and talk as friends. So the battle is over. Now let's see who wins the war. As it definitely is not taken lightly by these players. These tournaments are very important. Clapping for the group behind. Seems somebody is at a very good shot. Or he's just clapping for himself after making a brilliant par.
Yuvraj through 14 holes is still at 18 under par. Mohammad Zamal Hussain lurking 3 shots back and tied along with Karandeep Kochar, who has made another birdie on the 15th hole, moving himself to 15 under par. Can 16th, 17th, and 18th provide the kind of surprise that we were expecting this tournament to have?
Karandeep seems to be having a brilliant round today. I think he's, by my calculations, he would be 6 under?
He's already 6 under par.
6 under par or
He's
7
6
under par today?
He's 6 under par for the day. And just, if he could just keep that same charge alive for the 16th, 17th, and the 18th hole, you don't
But
know
that's
what could happen
brilliant.
over here.
We were talking about him today when he was on the 8th hole that his form is just slipped a little bit. But look at him. That's what champions are made of, sterner stuff. And he's proving that right now.
Absolutely, and he's really trying to defend that title of his extremely well. It's not an easy feat to be
I think it's
defending a title.
It's a valiant effort as we are live here on hole number 16.
My apologies, hole number 13th, where
my
Yuvraj Singh
apologies.
Sandhu, about 30-yard shot off that greenside bunker, is to pitch this one up on the upper tier of this green and spin it up as close as possible. Zamal Hussain Mola looking closely.
Overshot it a bit.
Keeping
About
that
20
one,
feet coming back.
keeping that one up a little bit extra, about 30 feet away from the hole. So even though we already have an updated score that we have showed you a few minutes earlier, we are able to see now what happened on the 13th hole, which was just about 7-8 minutes ago, as the players had moved into that hole. Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola trying to make a birdie on the 13th
What are your
hole.
comments on this flag pin position? This is the one that we were talking about yesterday. It's the most difficult flag on this hole.
You really have to be 2 on this green to salvage a birdie over here, or maybe be a little bit more aggressive and go slightly over the green to make an up and down. That usually is not the choice of a player, to go a little over the green or with their approach shots. But for this kind of a flag location, it would be imperative. You miss it short and right, it's a really difficult up and down. You have to flop it up and be able to dead stop it next to the hole. This pin is perched up just about 5 yards from the front and the 5 yards from the right side.
You can see our cameraman is showing you the change in elevation. There's a good considerable 2.5 to 3 yards change in elevation from the left to the right of the green. So not an easy green by any stretch of imagination, but that's the kind of sort of only defense that this hole has, because it's quite a short hole, to be honest. I think it's playing about 510 or something yards, so it's very reachable.
Yes, but also playing to headwind, into the wind today. So, the flagstick really moving hell of a lot towards the fairway. So, looks like about a club or maybe even 2 club change from the shot that you would usually get. So if you have a 7 iron, you'll probably be hitting a 5 iron into this green. And because the green is designed in Yuvraj Singh Sandhu with another good effort to make birdie. Really good control on that putter and even his iron shots. And first victory coming in at Big Boy just at the end of last year.
I think what I really do like about the younger crop of players is that they don't get overawed by the situation. They're very even-keeled. They don't feel the pressure. And that comes from tasting success early on and having a belief in ability. And obviously, a lot of these players have very superior ability. I think if you were to compare them with international golfers as well, there's not much that separates them from good Asian or European tour stars, to be honest. Like a player like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu can actually tee it up on the PGA Tour as well and be very much at home there.
I think any of these players, in fact, including the likes of Karandeep Kochhar, Karthik Sharma, Mohammad Zamal Hussain, I think any of these players are really made of different stuff, and they can be competing on the international stage quite realistically and right away.
I think what I really like is about somebody like Zamal, who would be a player maybe in his mid-30s, and he
What a great putt for Karthik Sharma.
He has been a professional for a while, but he's been able to elevate and keep up with the younger lot, and he's been shooting these scores as well of deep double-digit under pars for tournaments, and that just shows you that he has been able to sort of remodel his game, if you may, especially his scoring. So it's very impressive from that perspective. He's one of the few players where he has been able to keep up. Him, Dharma M, players who are not really that prodigious of the tee, but still have a very good game and are able to go toe-to-toe with the younger lot.
At 20-footer on the 13th hole would take Karthik Sharma to 12 under par, going closer to where he started the day, which was at 13 under par. Zamal Hussain Mola now. Zamal trying to make birdie here. A little bit of a body down, a little bit too early. We'll have to tap that in for par. Zamal Hussain will be staying at 15 under par. As we move forward to look at the rest of the action for the day, leader stays at 18 under. Zamal follows closely at 15 under, 3 shots off the pace, along with Karandeep Kochhar as well at 15 under par. We look at Om Prakash Chauhan from Mau, going with a 3-wood on the 18th hole. Pull that one a little bit. It looks like a bit of a double cross for OP. I wouldn't have thought that the 18th would be a trouble for a player like OP. He really compresses a good fade out of his clubs.
It's a very good, strong fade is the one that he has.
Just ended up double crossing that one a tad bit. Should be all right though.
Nothing seems too difficult for this player. I see Kshitij now with call with a very consistent swing, even though it's unorthodox, but it's something that he repeats quite often, and he doesn't seem to get unnerved ever, and goes about his business in a almost very stoic fashion. He knows his game, he swings it, and always holds his finish. Makes golf look pretty easy, to be honest.
I look at all of his pre-shot routine and how meticulously he follows that each and every time, and I find that quite commendable. To go through each of the motions that you need to take care of, and then actually take care of them rather well. A winner on the PGTI, now a multiple winner on the PGTI. In fact, he just won a couple of weeks ago in Bangladesh at the Bhattiari Golf and Country Club. The 18th hole, the final hole of the tournament, the 72nd hole for these 3 players, walking down that fairway, some of them hoping that they could have done better. and some of them wanting to move on to the next event, some of them trying to keep their focus alive until that last pot is dropped. It's just professional golf, long-standing championship, 72 holes of golf, rolling conditions as sun, wind, and the heat, all of it to be taken care of. Of course, a little bit of drizzle that came around yesterday, last night, in fact, in Chandigarh, softening up the fairways as well a little bit. So playing slightly different from what the golf course played yesterday, as we were seeing here live at ABP News Network. For all of you who are just about joining us for the final day proceedings at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship being played this week at the Chandigarh Golf Club, I'm your host Rahul Bajaj along with my co-host Shaurya Singh, and we are here running you through the great quality of golf that is being played here on the Professional Golf Tour of India. This tournament has a prize purse of rupees 50 lakh being played at the par 72, 7,202 yard golf course, the Chandigarh Golf Club, laid out in 1962. This is the 8th tournament of the PGTI season 2022. Number of top players in the field. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh leads at 18 under par, followed closely by Zamal Hussain Maula from Bangladesh and Karandeep Kochar from Chandigarh at 15 under par. Quick roundup also of the partners of the PGTI. The tour runs because of support from corporate sponsorships, and some of the companies that do come up to the fore are Tata Steel, Rolex, Amritanjan, Fruitnik, the hydration partner, American Express, another partner of the PGT of India. So Golf Plus and Athletic Drive, all of these corporate houses coming to the fore to support professional golf and professional golfers across the country as the PGTI takes the best golfers, the best of quality of golf from city to city, from state to state, showcasing what Indian golfers are made of, and really current conditions and current quality of golf is no shorter than, let's say, a PGA Tour or a European Tour. Indian golfers have really changed the look of the sport. Lots of junior golfers coming up as well. Things are changing around the sport and becoming very, very popular as we move on. We're looking at Kshitij Naved Kaul now preparing for his second shot. He's left himself a little bit further away, but usually when you end up cutting the ball a tad bit extra, you could lose a little bit of distance. Also playing slight right to left headwind into this hole. Kshitij should have about a sand wedge, maybe a total of 100 yards into this flag. Placed himself pretty well. And Kshitij Naved Kaul, it's a good favorable wind to get really close to this flag location. If you're a fader of the ball, just keep it straight at it, and that ball will stay on the flag.
Seems to be in perfect position now. Visualizing with his right hand. See, that really works for him. What he does is imagine the path of the ball flight, the trajectory. Seems to be something that really works for him. But I can't get over the fact that he stands so far away even with a short club. The lie of the club must be very flat. He must have definitely got them adjusted for that kind of a swing and leaving it a little short, but good position nevertheless.
But very much a makeable putt from about 15 feet away.
Yes. So players don't really have to contend with the water hazard when they're on the left today with this flag pin position.
Getting in some latest news from the golf course. Karandeep Kochar doesn't make a birdie on the 16th par 5 and stays at 15 under par. You would need something really saucy on the 17th and 18th to create a challenge.
Yes, 17th and 18th to provide the players that opportunity. Owen leaving it short as well. But I think that's a good place to leave it. You can actually make birdie from there. Just use the putter from that side.
A lot of players sort of underpinning that shot, trying to be too cute for that flag location.
That might be a place that they would end up missing it. They want to leave themselves an uphill putt where they can actually have a chance of holding it.
Om Prakash Chauhan, coming from the trees, has hit his second shot over the green. That'd probably be the wisest place for him to have hit that chip out.
OP adding to the drama here. Let's see how he's able to contend with that shot now. Downhill chip for OP. OP has a pretty good short game, so I look for him to give this a realistic run.
It can be a little difficult though, considering you've got about 30 yards off the green to navigate. Pin's only about 5 or 6 yards in from the front edge, and this green's back edge runs all the way to 38 odd yards. So there's a lot of green to work with. Judgment of speed is going to be key on the shot for Om Prakash Chauhan.
Yeah, but it does not really have to contend with the other difficulties. Has a lot of green to work with. Lie should be all right. So if he's able to pitch it in the right place, should be able to get it within 7 or 8 feet.
Absolutely. This is really going to be more of a judgment thing than anything else. And Om Prakash Chauhan leaving that way short.
Unfortunately, not his best effort right there.
Would you have gone with an aerial shot over here like OP did, or would you have gone for a chip and run?
Yeah, I was a little confused by his approach, his choice of shot. I would have definitely rolled it, tried to pitch it just on the green and utilize the downhill. What about you?
Absolutely, I would have, most likely played like a 9 or an 8 iron and let the ball pitch on the green and then just kept releasing all the way towards the hole. But it's easier to say. We don't know the lie of the ball. So, sometimes a player has to make a different decision just because the lie wasn't as good. And sometimes even I would say that just by having a different kind of a feel, sometimes you feel that I can hit a good shot with a sand wedge or a lob wedge, and you want to follow your gut.
Yes.
And sometimes that can also be the case. And I think following the gut is very important. So in case by the book.
What does the gut tell you? My mind tells me that he's going to hold this shot now, Pawan. It's a very makeable chip shot. Oh, almost. Unfortunately, just missing it would make his par.
Nice shot, though.
Top of the leaderboard still stays unchanged. Yuvraj still with a 3-shot lead with 3 holes to go. So it's now or never for Zamal.
Well, the holes are coming to an end. There's a 3-shot lead, and if Zamal Hussain Molla has got a 290-yard 3-wood in that bag, the 16th hole would just be the right place to pull it out.
I don't think he quite has that shot in the bag. A 290-yard 3-wood is a little too much.
Well, you never know. You've got to be really creative when you're coming around the bend of that, and you need an eagle. You'll have to
I think
something.
Creativity is not going to help him bridge that gap from a 270-yard 3-wood to a 290. We're talking about
at 270 to 290 isn't so tough. Flight it down a little bit, let it release up the green.
I'll definitely take the word of a commentator about how easy it is to hit a 3-wood 290 yards. Yes, if you say so.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, it's extremely difficult to hit a 3-wood 290, let alone a driver.
Well, look at an Abhijit Singh Chadda. I mean, he can do it. Look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and he can flight that down and actually send it to 90 yards.
I would like to bring to your attention that these other players are 18 under par at this point in time.
Well, Zamal Hussain Molla is at 15 under par.
Yes, but I think also you have to understand that Zamal is not a long hitter, 290.
That's what I'm saying. He has to pull it out of his bag some way or the other.
I think we'll send him the memo.
Or maybe just make a chip in over
exactly.
that. Or maybe make another chip in on the 17th hole.
That's more realistic.
Never do something for like, the sake of entertainment.
That's more realistic.
Another entertainer,
What a good putt.
Kshitij Naved Kaul making a birdie on the 18th hole to close this
I would
tournament.
think Zamal should try that trick with the bees right now. I think now is the time. I don't think 290 yards 3-wood is a realistic possibility with the bees. You see the effect they had on the player there on hole number 9.
To be or not to be.
This is where I would come up with my bag of tricks. I have a couple of those rubber snakes to sort of scare your opponent. But I think short of that, everything else is going to come up short because Yuvraj is really, has his tail up at this point in time. Would be looking to make at least 2 birdies to reach that 20 under par number.
Pawan Kumar, Kshitij Naved Kaul, and Om Prakash Chauhan they all seem to have had a good time in this group of players. It's always nice to see players closing in with all smiles after 72 holes. Players will move on and play the Pro-Am at the Chandigarh Golf Club tomorrow before they move towards the Delhi NCR for the Delhi NCR Open presented by Promethea School at the Noida Golf Club. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu leading atop that leaderboard, a name that it's becoming quite a common name to be seen up there. It's very different and a very nice feeling to have a victory on your home course. It's nice to have family around to, sort of witness this kind of a day. Although we don't know yet. Can Karandeep close in with something fancy on 17 and 18? And can Zamal do some damage on the last 3 holes? Suneet Chaurasia not making too many moves, and Shivender Sisodia also slowing down. Shivender Sisodia is...
Gujarat is very dear to this day because this day is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Back to the live coverage at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at the Chandigarh Golf Club. We're looking now at Vikrant Chopra coming in onto the 18th hole for his 72nd tee shot. Being seen closely by Karandeep Kochar, who is currently at 15 under par.
This hole would really suit Vikrant's ball flight. Ranjit Singh on the tee now. I think for a player with left-right ball flight, prefers a left-right ball flight, this would be an easy tee shot. Short hole, just hit your driver there and get a sandwich. Karandeep Kochar around hole number 18. Cooch, as he is affectionately called by his friends, hails from this golf course. Rose to prominence in a pretty short span of time. He was an amateur when he won the PGTI championship at Tollygunge Golf Club.
Absolutely. In fact, Karandeep didn't even play much of amateur golf. He mostly went from junior golf and straight into professional golf. He's one of the few players who has actually bypassed that, and a good decision for him. He's been doing very well and only been getting better and better as time goes on. Can't wait to see him on the international stage as soon as possible. A lot of these players, in fact, Yuvraj, Angad, Abhijit, all of these players really, I can't wait to see them.
Seems to have left it to the right, leaked it to the right.
That's okay. That's okay.
This would be a very realistic birdie opportunity for him.
Nice cameraman work there, zooming into the expressions of Cooch, as he is fondly called by his friends.
Anxious expressions indeed. That's what happens in golf when you don't quite know if your ball is landed in safety. A player is always worried for his ball.
That's why I don't play anymore. I used to have like 5 hours of this kind of a look on my face.
Well, I used to enjoy it over 8 hours. That's what golf is for. Take as much time that you want.
It's a leisurely sport, is it?
Exactly. I definitely did enjoy walking on a golf course. That's what these three are doing now. The caddies have already reached the spot. I think a big change in terms of the ruling because of the rangefinders is that the life of the caddy is a lot more relaxed now. Okay, you don't see the caddies really fretting and walking about trying to calculate the yardages. Earlier, what used to happen is that the yardages would be written down in certain places, marked, and then the caddy would walk till there and then look at the pin sheet and then try to calculate the yardage. And sometimes that could also lead to some errors. I remember that. And so now it's a lot easier. You just take out the rangefinder. The rangefinder is a device which is similar to a binocular. It catches the point that you want to get the yardage back from and triangulates it back to you. And so you get the exact yardage for your shot and even calculates changes in elevation and slope. So it gives you a perfect yardage. So after that, if you hit a bad shot, the only one that you have to blame is yourself.
Good thing you mentioned that you still have to hit the shot even after you have the exact yardage. Having said that, would you calculate your yardages yourself, or would you let your caddy do it for you?
I would let my caddy do it for me because I'd have somebody to blame in that.
Yeah, the relaxed life of 8 hours, even then you didn't do your own yardages.
I would like to have my caddy to blame after that.
So you were taking 8 hours to complete a round of golf and not doing your own yardages as well?
I'm not literal about it. You might get me thrown off the commentator spot.
You were about 6 hours for sure.
No, I think
a couple of years ago when you were playing at the Chandigarh Golf Club itself, I remember that we were all practicing and we had finished snoozing and then you guys had finished your round of golf.
Well,
that's just in 2017, if I'm not wrong, is it?
I must say, yes, I must say, always enjoy your golf. The purpose of golf is to enjoy around, soak in the environment, the atmosphere, the greenery.
The more time you can take, the more enjoyment you can have.
That my thought was, it the more time you take, you eliminate all wrong decisions. But I realized later on that deliberation is the death of excellence.
Ranjit Singh trying to pull off an excellent shot here for his final hole.
Not
His
taking much time. That's the way to be. Right from the center of the fairway, the heart of the fairway. Let's see if he's able to put it up close. It should not be more than 100 yards.
And looking at seeing this ball get to the heart of the hole. Does he have enough yardage on it? Lovely shot there by Ranjit Singh.
That's a good shot.
Playing the correct kind of spot and the number that he would have wanted to play to. Playing it a couple of yards ahead of the hole. Letting that ball bite up the grass.
There you have Coach with a really good drive. That's position A right there. Would be no more than 85 to 90 yards, I reckon.
Currently, should have not more than 100 yards to that flag location. He's really good with his wedges, so look for this one to get close to the hole. And I'm sure he's looking at least grabbing a hold of at position number 2 at least, as Yuvraj seems to be still in his own little world, almost seems to be playing more of a pitch and putt course, and the rest of the players seem to be playing a windy golf course at the Chandigarh.
Absolutely. That's his ball striking prowess that's helping him do that. As you look at the flag, it's been a very tame week in terms of the conditions. The conditions have been perfect. The weather not too warm. It's still early April. I mean, it's hot, but not sweltering heat that you would normally have. And the wind has been hasn't been much of an impediment, if any at all, to be honest with you. So, I don't think you can get better conditions than this. Perfect greens, perfect fairways, very light wind. So this would make for the ideal scenario for Yuvraj to be able to reach that 20 under par mark.
As you can, keeping that all that fitness that you keep talking about in mind. Actually, still one of the longest hitters off the tee box for this, at least for this group, and I'm sure pretty much one of the longest hitters on the PGTI as well.
So that just shows you that even though he would probably be 20 years, maybe almost 20 years older than Karandeep, he's still able to hit the ball a fair distance, and that shows you that if you are able to focus on fitness, then you can always maximize your potential.
Kocher missing the green just on the left side, but that the door for birdie is still wide open. Chopra now. Let's see if he can back up that drive with a nice wedge shot as well. Looks like he has hit a good one. Does he have the enough amount of yardage? Oh, Chopra as well, missing it on the left of the green. Looks like trying to keep it a tad bit extra safe, or the wind caught that ball.
I think he seemed to have tugged that a little bit. The initial reaction was that he would probably be standing at the flag and trying to hit a little bit of a straight shot, but didn't quite execute it well enough.
Shivendra Sisodia playing the penultimate group today. Coming up to the 18th, not having the best of showings. Has dropped multiple shots on that leaderboard and dropped too many positions. Currently at 8 under par for the tournament after having started the day at 13 under par.
Not the best of days for Shivan, but let's see if he can finish in style. A prodigious hitter of the golf ball is Shivendra.
Trying to go over that trees, is it? And he's hit that right.
Oh, he seems to be
Seems to have hit that way right.
I think he might have actually hit it out of bounds because he's asking for another ball. That's what happens, unfortunately, golf. If you sort of are not having a good day, it sort of snowballs, unfortunately for him.
Into the driving range, maybe. Angad Chima himself got a second life on the 7th, but hasn't made the most of it today. Chima has been knocking on the door for quite a few weeks now. He has been getting his game back. Just seems like it's something that will happen pretty soon for him. Angad Chima from Chandigarh. Sunit Chaurasia, man whom we'll be seeing in the winner's circle really soon.
Really possesses a very good game, Sunit. I think it's important for a player that he can be in and around the contention. It's not always necessary that you must win. Consistency is also very important, and it gives you the confidence to be able to compete. Because if you're able to string together 4 good days, then you definitely have that victory that you yearn for. Sunit does have that pedigree. He has the kind of game that he can perform on international tours as well.
Currently, Sunit and Angad Chima both are tied at 11 under par for the tournament. Karthik Sharma is at 12 under par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 18 under par, with Jamal Hussain Molla trailing him by 3 shots. Waiting to see what is it that the players do on the 17th and the 18th, as the tournament almost coming to a close. Bailing that one has left it out right.
Seems
Should
like
be
he
fine.
joined Shivinder Sisodia and on the right side.
Good thing he's having a bit of a laugh about it.
Should be safe from his reaction. Vikrant here on the 18th, giving that a good run. Just about missing it.
Kocher electing to use a putter here from off the green. Trying to make another birdie on that scoreboard and overtake Jamal Hussain Molla for that runner-up position. Defending champion Karandeep Kocher. There's a great fan following in Chandigarh. Lots of club members, family, as well as friends coming around to support him. He's also had a stellar professional career since the time he turned pro. Really improving, winning a lot of tournaments. A strong contender overall. Really trusts his game and plays along with the idiosyncrasies that he has, and that's really what good players usually do. Wouldn't be making that putt for birdie on the last. Nonetheless, a valiant effort today by Karandeep Kocher. A few issues for any one of you who has been trying to follow the live scoring on the PGT of India website. There is some sort of technical glitch due to which you aren't being able to see the scores, but you do have the live action here on War Cricket by ABP News Network, which you can watch on YouTube as well as on Facebook. So you're not really missing out on the action. You still are witnessing it live. Ranjit Singh now putting for birdie on the last hole. Can he end this on a friendly note? I'll have to say par there with a little bit of a tap in on the last. 3 feet away for par. Nice attempt for Ranjit Singh. Veteran golfer hailing from Chandigarh, has had a pretty solid, consistent and a long-standing professional golf career. Must have played golf professionally for about 17-18 years now. It's the kind of long-standing career that he has had, and been a rather consistent one at that. Karandeep Kocher now putting for par. He's left himself a slight amount of work to do, but positive aggression is always welcome on the golf course. You can tell a lot of putters these days coming with shafts that have been turned black. As you can tell, they're just paint
Lot of
jobs on the shaft.
lot of wear and tear on that putter.
He's used it for a long time. These are just paint jobs on a steel shaft, actually. So as they keep rubbing along the dividers of the bag, they keep losing the color from on top. Kocher with a great round today finishes up with a solid par on the
So that would be
18th.
a round of 700.
It'll be a round of 66.
Brilliant effort by Karandeep. Ranjit asking Caddy to put the flag back in. No, finally it's been removed. Right down the heart of the hole.
Raj Singh, Sandhu. Sandhu coming from the back of the green on the 16th hole. A lot of local support for him.
It seems he could be here in two.
What a lovely shot by Yuvraj. Very well judged from an uphill lie. Absolutely correct judgment of the dropping as well as the release of the shot. Zamal Hussain Mola now coming up from the left side of the green. As the viewers can see, the left of the 16th green at the Chandigarh Golf Club is actually a nice pitch and putt facility for players to go and practice their wedge game and their short games. And people who are looking, members who are looking at going and practicing over there can actually drive into that area and park their cars right there. Zamal Hussain Mola leaving that one up about 4 feet shy of the hole. Little bit of work to do to save that.
Back here. Back to the action. The 16th also a very interesting hole. Out of reach for the medium golfer, but for the medium to long hitter, maybe a driver and a 3-wood. And for the long hitters, it could be a driver and a rescue.
I think it's really even for the longer hitter. I think it's still going to be a 3-wood shot because once the hole bends and you have your second shot in, the green does have an elevation of about 4 to 5 yards. You know, so
think the
to
longer
pitch it
hitters-
up there.
Depends if the longer hitters are able to cut the corner with their drive because the dog leg from the right. The shorter hitters would have to.
Right. You're correct. Actually, some of the longer hitters who can fly at about 300 or 290 yards could actually cut the corner.
So that gives them a
That's
shorter
correct.
shot, whereas a medium hitter would have to go from the left.
That's correct.
Thus lengthening the hole for them.
Yep, that's probably that's why I'm thinking of a high flighted 3-wood to be dropping over there.
Seems to have pulled that putt quite considerably.
Pulled it and pasted as well, but we'll have a left inside putt here to make par. Tad downhill. Karthik Sharma is a fairly good putter, shouldn't be a problem for him. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, show the players. This would be Sandhu's second victory. He goes to close this one out and keep the tournament in Chandigarh itself.
Zamal seems to be putting for birdie. At this point in time, we can't quite confirm, but we assume it to be a birdie putt. Can't quite confirm, but it seems to be that he has made par.
And news coming in that Vikrant Chopra has finished 72 holes at 6 under par. His playing partner Ranjit Singh at 8 under par, and Karandeep Kochar shooting up to 15 under to be currently tied at second position along with Zamal Hossain Molla. Trailing Yuvraj Sandhu is our leader at 18 under par, a man who seems to be playing a pitch and putt golf course. Mind you, Chandigarh Golf Club is a 7,202 yard golf course with blistering winds also playing on the golf course today. It seems like nothing can deter Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from his aim and goal of what he wants from here. Karthik Sharma putting for par. Solid putt there for Karthik.
A perceptible difference that I see in the golf course is that the tree lines have been really cleared and cleaned up. Earlier, if you were to hit it in the tree line, it was not that easy to always spot your ball, but now it seems that it's just through and through very clear.
Yeah, the left side used to have a bit of a bush in there, if I remember correctly, and that would be the place that no one wanted to land up in, of course. We see that the blue bush has been cleared up.
I think over the entire golf course, the tree line has really been cleared and cleaned up, making it easier for the players to actually get a shot from inside the trees.
Yuvraj Sandhu on the 16th hole after that nice chip. Putting now for par. Good par there for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Not really what players are looking at on a par 5, but a nice par. Karthik Sharma also making par there, and so did Zamal Hossain Molla. All three players having to scramble a little bit to save pars on the 16th. As you've been talking about the concentration part, I think that could be playing a little bit of a part now. Comes down to 3-shot lead and 2 holes to play. So
I think it's safe to say that this tournament is over. On the 17th, look for Yuvraj to another good drive and maybe make a birdie.
As news seems to be coming in from the golf course, the hole number 17 has given us a lot of interesting stuff. Zamal Hossain Molla has made a birdie. So has Karthik Sharma to move into 13 under par. Zamal now at 16 under par, while Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has dropped a shot to move down to 17 under par. Now there's a 1-shot gap between Zamal and Yuvraj Sandhu.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must admit we struggled with a little bit of a delayed feed on a couple of holes. So it seems like my prediction was a little wrong. The tournament seems like it's still wide open with 1-shot lead going into the final hole. We'll soon be showing you the 17th hole of the leaders. As we are here at the 18th hole with Shivendra Sisodia, who's not having the best of days by any stretch of imagination. Tournament can be an arduous affair, especially if it's the final day and it's not going your way. It's not been the best day, a day that Shivinder would like to forget, but he started the tournament really well, especially the second day where he shot a 9 under par, so he can be proud of himself for the effort that he's put in this week. Chaurasia also clearing up there. You can see a sizable gallery here on the 18th hole coming to watch the players. Yes, really, Chandigarh is a city that pays homage to Indian golf. It's one of a kind. This Tri-City has many golf courses. The Chandigarh golf course also has the CGA range here. It's been a breeding ground of some of the best players and also best coaches from this part of the country. We have had some of the best professional golfers, none other than the legend Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh. He's a man who needs no introduction.
Gujarat is
The
very
others
dear to this
also-
day because this day is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद. यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की. खुशबू है पोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की.
Back to the live action at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Things have become very interesting here on the leaderboard. Yuvraj Singh dropping a shot on the 17th hole. Zamal catching a shot on the 17th hole, creating a 2-shot swing with a lead of 3 shots after 16 holes on this final day. Zamal now within just 1 shot. This is what golf really is. You never know when things might change, and the table seems to have turned, and the two men who can sleep peacefully tonight and for the next couple of months are going to be Ajitesh Sandhu, whose record of 20 under par on this golf course will not be broken this week, and of course Sunit Chaurasia, who holds the course record over here at 10 under par, also can sleep peacefully. So both the players holding their own records at the Chandigarh Club. Talking about peacefully, I think the last hole is going to be a very interesting hole between Yuvraj and Zamal. And we might even see the 7th playoff happening here at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by the Chandigarh Golf Club, a golf club which has rich history laid out in 1962. 7,202 yard golf course. Karthik Sharma coming up to this 18th green. This is where it all gets exciting. A 1-shot swing between the two players, Zamal and Yuvraj.
Interesting shot for the left-hander here. Have to align a little bit at the hazard and use the wind. That's a good shot by him.
Nice shot by Karthik, just coming up 2-3 yards short of the exact yardage that he would have wanted, but nonetheless a makeable 15-footer for him.
It's in perfect position though.
We have now Zamal coming up onto the green. Zamal needs a good one over here. He needs about, if he can put this ball within 10 feet of the hole, this is going to be a tough one.
Seems to be in the rough, but this is what it all boils down to. He has to put this within 10 feet to put the pressure on Yuvraj.
Does he have it? What a great shot.
Great shot.
Very good shot.
Unfortunately, not releasing up.
It actually did seem that coming from the rough, that ball would have jumped up a little bit.
Not quite sure where Yuvraj is.
Well, we had another player making a putt from that place earlier on. So you never know if Zamal might emulate that as well. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu further up in the fairway next to that fairway bunker.
Yuvraj is really rocketed his drive down there. Almost a big drive, but he also seems to be in the rough. So this could be interesting. He needs to make sure that it's a good shot here. That's the thing about golf. It's not quite over till the fat lady sings, as they say. And I thought it was over with 3-shot lead with 2 holes to go. 17th was really a big switch. 2-shot swing. Very unexpected how Yuvraj made a bogey here. So let's see what he can do here. He seems to be in the thick stuff. As you can see, his the top of his shoe is not quite visible from that rough. So this is not going to be the easiest of shots. I think getting it because it's soft before the green. So if he pitches it short, it's definitely not going to roll up. And if it pitches on the green, it's might just run ahead. Let's see what happens here.
You know, 17th hole is really dependent on the kind of drive that you hit. It's got very less to do with what happens after that.
Where is this going?
He leaves it.
He's left it short, as I predicted. It just does not roll from there. So seems like a pretty innocuous chip putt, but kudos to MD Zamal Hussain, who's made this a very, very interesting tournament. He's been the only one who's been able to mount that challenge and stand, go toe to toe with Yuvraj.
We can safely say that Zamal Hussain Molla is our entertainer all the way from Bangladesh. Has come in to make all of this very, very interesting. And if he can make that putt, we don't know what is going to happen. Will this be another 2-shot swing, or will this be a playoff, or maybe Yuvraj chips it in? You never know that.
I have a feeling that Yuvraj...
Too many permutation and combinations.
It's not... it's beyond what my brain can process, I'm sorry. But it looks like a pretty easy up and down for Yuvraj.
Well, situationally also you have to look at what kind of a situation the players are in. You never know. He could even chip it in from there. You don't know
I think for him, he would not. I would not think that he would miss chip and putt from here because it's an easy. You can just roll it up.
He can't be taking it easy either because Zamal is right there, primed up for a birdie, and coming from a birdie already, he's probably. In the thick of things, and he's quite clued into what he wants.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I tell you, nothing is given on the PGTI tour, on the Tata Steel PGTI tour. You have to earn it. Even a champion like Yuvraj, he's seen that you sort of lose focus for a moment, and the challenges catch up with you. So,
yeah, that's 17th hole. If you leave that ball into the rough, especially any of the rough, in fact, even the right or the left side. You've got to be really lucky to get a shot there.
Would be looking to pitch it just on. I take a couple of hops and then just roll up to the flag. Seems to have the club face open. Would definitely be looking to chip it on the green first.
Does he have the shot? What a lovely shot for Yuvraj.
As we predicted, tap in. As we predicted, he would make par from there. So, Zamal has done well enough to have an opportunity for a playoff. Now, whether he holds that putt or not, he's a champion.
Absolutely.
He's not given up.
I think he's done really well, held his ground.
It's not easy to, he's kept pace with Yuvraj. It's not easy to keep up with a player who's definitely on his A+ game and, reeling off birdie after birdie. And, as far as ability is concerned, he's obviously a stronger ball flight player. But, this is the kind of tenacity that you want to showcase and the youth must learn from somebody like Zamal. He's not given up. He's made birdies and that's what they say. If you hang on till the end, fortune can favor you as well. So now his fate is in his own hands.
As we were speaking early this morning as well, being steady in lead is also very, very beneficial, and that's exactly what Zamal is exhibiting right now. Whether he makes it into a playoff or he doesn't make it into a playoff, he's already done the good job that he was supposed to do today on the final day of this tournament. Karthik Sharma coming up for a birdie now on the last hole. And Karthik end his campaign on a positive note. He doesn't hit it. Karthik tapping in for par, leaving the ground open for Zamal. Zamal will need to be a little aggressive with this putt. Zamal makes this putt, they go into a playoff, or else Zamal finishes solo second and Yuvraj Sandhu wins the tournament by
Zamal is
one.
trying to figure out the break here. It's going to be important that he gets the correct line. He seems very confident, not want to take too much time. Seems like he's certain of the way that will break or not. He seems to be surveying it again. There's not going to be any second chances here, so has to make sure that he gets the correct line and commits to it. This putt would be all of 15 feet. Look for it to break a little bit from the right to the left, I feel, right in the end, or maybe just a straight putt.
It does break in a little bit from the right to the left towards the end of the putt. There's not going to be much of a line, but there is a little bit of a line from the right side.
An absolute look of consternation is in deep focus at this point in time, and
Zamal.
He has to be sure of the line here. Seems to be in good form. If he just puts the
That's
speed
Zamal.
No, this is extremely unfortunate.
Oh my God, Zamal Hussain Mola just leaving that ball in the jaws of the hole. Unfortunately, that
So sad.
this week wouldn't be for Zamal. He would be finishing solo second.
This unfortunate
After
how
that.
that ball actually stayed up.
And it goes about
golfing
two
gods,
or three rolls short of the hole. Unfortunate for Zamal Hussain Mola. He really stood his ground, played some scintillating golf.
He was
throughout the
ready.
week.
He was
Kept
ready to
himself
celebrate,
steady.
and that's when a player feels the ball is going in hole, normally he doesn't. It's so strange that did not go in the hole. That just about stayed up. He had the line. Unfortunately, forgot the speed, and now to the champion.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu winning his second tournament this season, and this time on his home course with his family, friends and everyone around supporting him.
He's done well.
Then he
the
gets
young man, he's
a
your
water
champion.
treatment, not a champagne treatment, he gets a water treatment.
But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is your champion for the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Championship being played at the Chandigarh Golf Club. He is going to take home a massive, handsome prize check and also a lot of pride finishing this tournament at 17 under par. Mind you, phenomenal golf by this young man. And I would encourage all of you to stay with us, and we're going to head over for the prize ceremony.
presentation.
And it's been a great week's golf, and also want to congratulate the entire PGTI operations team and the ABP team for having put this tournament together, and also to all our sponsors who've been with us through thick and thin and who make it possible for us to bring you this live golf. And I'm certain that you would have really been entertained. So have we. It's been a real pleasure being with you, and till the next time from us, please stay tuned for the prize ceremony.
A big thanks to all the tour partners of the PGTI, American Express, Incredible India, Gujarat Tourism, Electro, Fruitnik, Tata Steel, Rolex, Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive. There we have the champion with his father. Great playing by the gentleman from Chandigarh. A superb show, winning his second tournament this season. This was the live coverage of the fourth round of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by the Chandigarh Golf Club. The commentators Rahul Bajaj as well as Shaurya Singh will be signing off now. Another 5 to 7 minutes. We will also have the prize ceremony presentation over here on the 18th green. Please do stay tuned with us to be a witness of crowning this champion.
And also join us next week for the next edition of the PGTI tournaments. We encourage you to stay here and witness the prize ceremony. It was a real joy this week, Rahul, to witness the standard of golf.
Absolutely, what a great week it has been. Great playing by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu as well as Karthik Sharma, Zamal Hussain Mola and Karandeep Kochar. All of these players really putting up a solid show for all the people at Chandigarh and also all of the viewers on War Cricket by the ABP network as being shown live on Facebook and YouTube. Do join us next week Please stay tuned for the prize presentation ceremony as me, Rahul Bajaj, along with my co-commentator Shaurya Singh, sign off for the day.
Got to know about how to read the greens, how to read the slope, how to read the surface. So there was plenty to learn, and coming from such highly rated professionals, it's always good, and it was a great opportunity to be here. Most of the things have been cleared. See, the golf is such a game that there are so many variables, but most of the major ones have been good advice has been given, and I think I'll carry a lot from this workshop today.
Thank you to PGTI and Tata Steel for this opportunity to give a few tips to the youngsters and members of Chandigarh Golf Club. Always a pleasure to share knowledge. Very interesting, good questions they had regarding the grain and the growth of the grass and how to judge that. So we pros are now experts at judging the grain, so we just shared the little insights we had, and I think they were very, very appreciative, and it was an eye-opener for them, like it was for us when we learnt this thing for the first time.
It's always a pleasure, I mean, I'm forever indebted to this game, it's given me so much a purpose in life, and just one of so many things. So, really humbled and blessed to be able to do this, to give back to the sport, to this club more often, this club has done so much for me. This is my second home, so I'm, really happy that I have this opportunity to do this. Just trying to give some lessons or some thoughts which we've learned over the years playing professional golf, just trying to, because they're amateurs, so don't want to get in too much into detail, not too much into techniques, so just sticking with the basics of putting, ball striking, alignment, stuff like those, your ball position, stuff like that. So just trying to, just trying to help those players, because I think these members, the amateurs, they take the game maybe more seriously than us, they really want to play well.
ये एक नंबर वाला था ना। हेलो 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 माइक चेक, हेलो हेलो।
Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर. यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की. फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में.
Got to know about how to read the greens, how to read the slope, how to read the surface. So there was plenty to learn, and coming from such highly rated professionals, it's always good, and it was a great opportunity to be here. Most of the things have been cleared. See, the golf is such a game that there are so many variables, but most of the major ones have been good advice has been given, and I think I'll carry a lot from this workshop today.
Thank you to PGTI and Tata Steel for this opportunity to give a few tips to the youngsters and members of Chandigarh Golf Club. Always a pleasure to share knowledge. Very interesting, good questions they had regarding the grain and the growth of the grass and how to judge that. So we pros are now experts at judging the grain, so we just shared the little insights we had, and I think they were very, very appreciative, and it was an eye-opener for them like it was for us when we learnt this thing for the first time.
It's always a pleasure, I mean, I'm forever indebted to this game, it's given me so much a purpose in life, and just one of so many things. So, really humbled and blessed to be able to do this, to give back to the sport, to this club more often, this club has done so much for me. This is my second home, so I'm, really happy that I have this opportunity to do this. Just trying to give some lessons or some thoughts which we've learned over the years playing professional golf, just trying to, because they're obviously amateurs, so don't want to get in too much into detail, not too much into techniques, so just sticking with the basics of putting, ball striking, alignment, stuff like those, your ball position, stuff like that. So just trying to, just trying to help those players, because I think these members, the amateurs, they take the game maybe more seriously than us, they really want to play well.
Welcome to Champaner, the University of Architecture. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में. गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड लाइफ 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब. बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. Gujarat is very dear to this deer because this deer is very dear to Gujarat. We loved our black buck sanctuary. यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में. अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में. अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में।
Got to know about how to read the greens, how to read the slope, how to read the surface. So there was plenty to learn, and coming from such highly...
Your attention please, we are now beginning the prize presentation ceremony. We welcome you all to the prize presentation ceremony of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022 presented by Chandigarh Golf Club. What an event. We've had some exceptional performances this week from the likes of Abhijit Singh Chadda, Kartik Sharma, Mohammad Zamal Hussain Molla, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, Karandeep Kochar and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. At the end, we had the most deserving winner. To begin the proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Mr. Ajay Mishra, Chief of Sales, Planning and Admin, Flat Products, Tata Steel, Colonel H.S. Chahal, President, Chandigarh Golf Club, and Mr. K.S. Sibia, Captain, Chandigarh Golf Club. Thank you all for joining us here. I'd now like to begin by asking Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly make the opening address.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. I wouldn't say very good because I guess it's very hot now, but still, we had a great week with some fantastic golf. I think given the conditions, I think we've seen some great scores over the last few days. But hats off to Yuvraj. Fantastic victory, my friend. some great playing otherwise with by Zamal, Karandeep, chasing him right through. Great playing, guys. Well, this is the 8th event this first half. We have the 9th one next week. Always look forward to the next week. I'm sure it'll be a better week for you guys, the guys who've not scored that well this week. Well, you know, the last few years with the world ranking has made a huge difference to the tour. Very credible for our players for securing the world ranking points and moving up the ladder. We've had, of course, our reason was Udyan Mane, who secured his points to represent India at the Olympics. And likewise, we have youngster Yuvraj, who's probably going to be moving way up again on the rankings after this week. We should have a clear picture on Monday. We'll probably, hopefully, should break in the top 300. Well, wish you the very best for your future. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Tata Steel and Gujarat Tourism for their partnership for this event. Of course, Tata Steel is our tour partner. I'd like to thank them for the renewal of the contract for the next 3 years. Ajay, thank you very much. A big thank you to Mr. Narendran, Mr. Sanjeev Paul for sticking by us. I'd like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club. I'd like to thank the President, Chair, Biru, the Captain, the entire committee for playing ball and giving us this lovely golf course to play on. The conditions of this golf course was fantastic. So hats off to the captain and his team for working hard on this and giving us the perfect conditions for this particular week. I'm sure that they have, you know, put a lot of things on hold, which is with regard to the maintenance. And I think they'll probably be under repairs from Monday onwards. But thank you very much for your patience. I'd like to thank every member of the club, actually membership, because it does hamper their playing times. And I'd like to thank them all for their patience and understanding. And we certainly look forward to coming back here very soon, probably in the later part of the year with the Take Solution with Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. Colonel Johal, thank you very much, sir, for your support. The FNB team under Sandy, thank you for all your, I think there are a lot of people who work behind the scenes, so I'd like to thank each and every one of them. Dr. Kocher, thank you, sir. You've always been very, very kind and helpful with the media, so thank you very much. I guess in case I've missed somebody out, please do, I apologize for that, but I'd like to thank each and everyone who's been part of this event, and of course my dear friend Amritinder as a course manager for a splendid job done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Mr. Ajay Mishra, Chief of Sales Planning and Admin, Flat Products Tata Steel, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and lovely crowds all around. It's always been a pleasure. First of all, Yuvraj, where are you? Raise your hand. I was watching you in Calcutta and the same conditions, you know, your last putt and what kind of close finish. You always give, you know, heart palpitating everyone, and every time it has been very, very close finish. Well done. Wish you all the best. Zamal, very hard luck. What a putt. One roll and it would have been playoff and we would have had this function a little late. But wishing you best, Zamal, and all the best. I understand, you know, the local folks have done very well in Chandigarh. And this is my second time I'm visiting this course. Last time I remember Mr. Milkha Singh, and I had spent about 2 hours with him. What an energy, what a man he was. So I just want to remember him on this day, because this is the time when I landed in Chandigarh, I was remembering the energy, the passion, the way he drove me to the course. I'm missing him, but wishing him and his family all the best, and, you know, just remembering him on this day. Tata Steel always, and Uttam mentioned that we have renewed the contract. It is always a pleasure. Many of you might not have visited Jamshedpur. We have 2 golf courses in Jamshedpur. Uttam is a person who keeps pursuing us, why we should participate in the golf. And he is the one force behind, you know, why we have renewed this contract. And we are very happy to renew this contract, and we always support all kinds of sports. And we always say that we also make steel. That was one of the tagline for us. But sport is something which is within us, and that we always would try to ensure that golf something which we need a lot of push in India and we'll continue to support. I just had last 4 hole and I'm looking forward to play tomorrow in this course and wishing you all the best. Lovely condition of the course and I'm really excited to play tomorrow. Wishing you all the best and once again congratulations Yuvraj on this day. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, sir. I'd now like to invite Colonel H.S. Chehal, President Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank Uttam and his complete team and of course PGTI. This is their 8th tournament that they brought to our club and I'm grateful for that. Thank you, sir, for choosing us as your venue. And what a lovely tournament it's been. In spite of the heat, although this tournament was supposed to be held in January and then got postponed to Feb, but it had to be in the heat. But still, the players, everything for you, you played in this heat, a wonderful game. And Mr. Mishra was saying, yours was 1 rule, I think it was only half a rule. Anyway, congratulations to all the players and for the complete team, grateful to them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We'll now begin with the prize presentation. First, we have a special announcement on the hole-in-one this week by Abhijit Singh Chadda. In round 1, he receives a prize worth rupees 20,000 from PGTI. And I'd request Mr. K.S. Sebia, Captain Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly give away the check of rupees 20,000 to Abhijit. Congratulations, Abhijit, one of those rare occasions when it was caught on camera this week. Now, time for the runner-up, and I'd request Colonel H.S. Chehal to kindly do the honors, giving away the prize to the runner-up, Mohammad Zamal Hussain Molla of Bangladesh. Rounds of 67, 66, 69 and 70 for a total of 16 under 272. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 5,58,250. And I'd now request Mr. Ajay Mishra from Tata Steel to kindly give away the prize to the champion this week, which is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu of Chandigarh, winning his 3rd title. Scores of 70, 67, 65 and 69 for a total of 17 under 271. He takes away the trophy and a giant check for prize money worth rupees 8,08,250. It's now time for the winner's speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. This feeling is still sinking in. You know, winning at the home club is a dream. I've never won a tournament in front of my parents, so this is a tick mark on that. A big shout out to Tata Steel, the Chandigarh Golf Club, my home course. Everybody from top to bottom. Baba sir, your team was great this week. Greens are phenomenal. You know, I always wanted to win a tournament here with Milkha sir around, but he's always there in our hearts. And a big shout out to him up there for inspiring us day in, day out at this golf club. And a big thank you to Gujarat Tourism, all the tour sponsors, my team, which is here, Jesse sir, Lavish sir, my both trainers, my physio isn't here, but big shout out to him as well. Family, mom, dad, thank you so much for walking. And every single youngster who's walked with me, thank you so much, guys. You're a star. And I hope to walk with you when you're playing the leader group here anytime soon. Rest, Zamal, you played your heart out, man. Great show on the last hole, just a whisker. Big things coming for you. Thank you so much for putting this event together, for this warmth, for this sport. See you guys soon at the Take Invitational. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Congratulations to Yuvraj once again. Now, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank the President, Colonel H.S. Chehal, Captain Mr. K.S. Sibia, Colonel Joel, Dr. Kochar, Chandigarh Golf Club and its members of the committee, the captain and his team for the golf course, Mr. A.S. Lehal and his F&B team for all their support, all the players, referees and officials, and of course our associate partners, Gujarat Tourism, and our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. Thank you and see you all next time.
is good, and it was a great opportunity to be here. Most of the things have been cleared. See, the golf is such a game that there are so many variables, but most of the major ones have been good advice has been given, and I think I'll carry a lot from this workshop today.
Thank you to PGTI and Tata Steel for this opportunity to give a few tips to the youngsters and members of Chandigarh Golf Club. Always a pleasure to share knowledge. Very interesting, good questions they had regarding the grain and the growth of the grass and how to judge that. So we pros are now experts at judging the grain, so we just shared the little insights we had, and I think they were very, very appreciative, and it was an eye-opener for them, like it was for us when we learnt this thing for the first time.
It's always a pleasure, you know. I mean, I'm forever indebted to this game. You know, it's given me so much a purpose in life, and just one of so many things. So, really humbled and blessed to be able to do this, to give back to the sport, to this club more often. You know, this club has done so much for me. This is my second home, so I'm really happy that I have this opportunity to do this. Just trying to give some lessons or some thoughts which we've learned over the years playing professional golf, just trying to, because they're obviously they're amateurs, so don't want to get in too much into detail, not too much into techniques, so just sticking with the basics of putting, ball striking, alignment, stuff like those, your ball position, stuff like that. So just trying to, just trying to help those players, because I think these members, the amateurs, they take the game maybe more seriously than us, they really want to play well.